Hey folks, so in this run, I'm going to be doing something that I have never done before, and in the concept of the run is something that I haven't done, period, in a very, very long time. So, as the title implies, I'm doing a 1 to 80 speedrun, which means I'm starting from a level 1 character not in allied race, and most of my runs for the past 4 years have been done using allied races, because they start at level 10. 1 to 10 is not the most interesting thing ever, and allied races tend to be more fun. So I've always gravitated towards that, but I want to try something different. And also, I'm doing it all the way from 1 to 80, which is the current cap, whereas a lot of times I like to break up my speedruns into the Chromie Time section and the current expansion section. So in Dragonflight, it was 1 to 60 and then 60 to 70, Chromie Time 1 to 60, Dragon Isles 60 to 70, and this expansion, it is Chromie Time from 10 to 70, and then War Within Kazulgar from 70 to 80. In many ways, those two level brackets are very distinct. They are played completely differently because you have different sets of gear, you have completely different quest lines, there's no real continuation from one to the other. You reach the level, you hit a brick wall, the game tells you to go somewhere else, and then you go somewhere else. And there's like no routing in between them. Which means a lot of times I feel it makes more sense to break them up into separate runs, but I still think it can be nice every now and then to do one full, complete, very long and time-consuming run, because obviously putting two different, effectively speedrun categories combined ends up taking a while, but that's what this is for, and that's why I don't do it often, but here we are. And one thing that I don't think I've done ever, maybe, at least not in a super optimized speedrun context, is from starting from level 1. Whenever I've done this in the past, like in Dragonflight, I did 10 to 70 a few times, but that was starting from 10, where I have an allied race. Starting from level 1 is very different, as you will see. I'm not going to give too much of a preamble here, because, as always, it wouldn't be one of my speedruns if I wasn't on the clock IRL too, because Darkmoon Faire ends in 2 hours and 15 minutes. And this run, I would hope, is going to be fast, but it's not going to be 2 hours and 15 minutes fast. So I'm going to have to do some fancy routing to make sure that I maximize my uptime on the Darkmoon Faire buff. What can I say? Due to IRL and in-game circumstances, I haven't really been able to sit down and get this run started until right now, right before the buff's about to go away. That's a 10% experience buff, so what are you going to do? Got to do the run with what I've got. So I'm gonna just get in. I've done all the prep. I have everything ready to go, and we're gonna knock out this run. Whew. I'm very nervous, I should note. So time starts when I skip the cutscene. So we're gonna do cutscene skip and there, and then I'm just gonna start running. And then as I'm running, I'm going to go into my mount journal. I'm sure I could do the menuing a little bit better, but oh well. Now I'm gonna mount up. This is slightly faster. This is the heirloom mount. You can still use it at level 1. Chuck all this stuff off my bars. Alright. Put that there. Put that there. And then I'm going to start opening this stuff. I think I got all that. Yep. Perfect. I'm going to equip my bags. And then I can start getting all of my items. If you're not familiar with these types of speedruns, I like to do super fancy speedruns where I mail myself a bunch of stuff ahead of time. I have recently finished a speedrun where I had 5,000 gold, and in that 5,000 gold, that's all I had to buy items, and the time difference was, like, pretty negligible. I had basic unenchanted heirlooms and a few gun shoes, a few gliders, and that's it. Just to demonstrate that a lot of these items save very little time. It's just, if I'm gonna do a fancy speedrun like this, I'm gonna go all out, and I'm gonna buy all the super duper cool stuff, because that's the entire point. While I get all these things into my bags, I can start to organize a little bit. Put that there, put that there. What else? I think that's it for now. I can put that there. Heirlooms, Darkmoon quest items. It's a lot of stuff, as you can see. You might be like, isn't this wasting a lot of time? And you feel every second here. But trust me, every single one of these things is worth it. And that's kind of the other actual thing that I don't touch upon that often. There is a time investment adding all this stuff to my bags at the start of the run. It takes like a minute and a half. So I do have to spend time actually getting all this stuff done. Do I have my... I don't actually have my auto walk keybind set up on the PTR. That's fine. We don't really need that. I am going to quickly... That's one thing I forgot to bind. It's fine. It's an experience potion. Gives me 10% experience. Then I'm going to equip my heirlooms. Get all this stuff set up. These early sections of the run are going to be a little bit... I don't want to say messy, but I'm going to be very stressed. Hopefully understandably, because there's a lot of stuff that I need to do. And one of the very nice things about Allied race runs early on is with Allied races, there's a lot of roleplay at the very start of Silverpine, which you can just jump straight into pretty much after looting all the stuff out of the mailbox. I hit the wrong button. There we go. There's an auto-interact keybind. Makes it a little bit easier. So a lot of times I don't need to do all this setup while I'm actually questing. But obviously the downside of starting at level 1... I'm hitting my auto-run keybind wrong. Should be fine. Downside of starting at level 1 is, of course, you have all this stuff to worry about. I'm going to do Radnax Gem here. I'm actually going to put that on my bars. What? Oh, that's weird. Never actually... That is so strange. Okay. So... More you know. In all of my test runs, I never actually used Radanax at this part of the run, because for my test runs, I only give myself one use of Radanax Gem, because this thing is unique. Getting more uses out of this is really annoying, because you have to mail it over one by one across multiple characters. So, for the purposes of testing this level 1 to 5 route that I put together, I only used one Radanax, and there's more important places later on to use Radanax, which I'll have it there, but... I did theorize that I could shave off a few seconds by using it there. I had no idea that apparently there's a weird bug where while that mob, Darnell over here, is being summoned and unsummoned, he actually kicks you off the Radnax. Okay. He's probably going to kick me off again. Yeah, there we go. Alright, well that's awkward, but we can make do. It's not really that big a deal. Because I'm going to be able to get another... I think Darnell's gone now, right? Yeah, so I should be able to get one more Radanax. Perfect. That's the beautiful thing about the Radanax Gem. It has 3 uses, and you can only hold one of it, but you can mail over as many as possible. So you effectively get infinite uses of this if you're clever with how you use it. And the Radanax Gem, I have a cancel aura macro to make it easier, which... I need to pull over here. Just drop that there. And I'll be using that now because that way I don't need to manually click off the buff every single time. Gonna bounce down here. I'm thinking a lot of stuff because this is not muscle memory. I've practiced this a handful of times before actually starting the run. Okay, let's see. Yeah, cancel aura. Nice, I set it up correctly. And then we're going to do it one more time. And I'm going to go down through the sewers. Now, this is a very hard jump. I practiced this a few times, but you can maybe barely hit... Yeah, it's fucking tough. And then hitting those walls is really difficult. Okay. Now we're going to mount up for a little bit. Effectively... The main goal at the start is to get to level 5. The moment I get to level 5, which you can do fairly easily, I'm heading to Undercity. And then gonna Goblin Glider here, just to save a little bit of time. Then I'm gonna learn Blacksmithing. This will come in handy later. This will not be used immediately. But it will be useful at some point. So I'm gonna pick this up. Now I'm gonna head over here and learn Tailoring. And then we're going to head over to learn Cooking. Then I'm going to set my Hearthstone to the Undercity. And then I'm going to go to the Darkman Fair. So... Oh, crap. I clicked the wrong thing. Main reason why you only need to get to level 5 for this is at level 5 you're able to access Silverpine Forest, and if you have seen any of my Horde speedruns before, you probably already know that Silverpine Forest is really good. Now normally in my speedruns I start Silverpine at level 10, because that's when Allied races start, and it's the very first zone that I do. But technically speaking, you can actually start it earlier. It's just, obviously, it's not usually something I have to do for my runs. So we're going to make this in our home. We're going to get a Radnax control gem because we're at a mailbox. You're limited in terms of Radnax gems to as many mailboxes as you can stop at. Then we're going to talk to the Mystic Mage, teleport to the Darkmoon Fair. And this is why we have to set our Hearthstone to the Undercity, because there's a lot of, like, teleportation tricks that you get throughout the WoW leveling process to, like, teleport back and forth to major cities. Most of those you don't get until, like, level 10. So the only teleport that I have right now to get back from the Darkmoon Fair is my Hearthstone. A plain old, reliable Hearthstone. While I do this, let me have to tab out to check on something. I have a second account open. That's my alt account, sitting in the Dream Surge zone, which will be important later on. We're not worrying about that now, but I need to have a character permanently parked there to benefit from a few different things. I'm going to let this buff stack up to 1 hour. In fact, I can actually start casting my Hearthstone, and then it should go off right around the time that the buff is maximized. That will work out quite nicely. I can also drop that on Shift 1. This will take me to the Undercity. Alright, we are gonna head to the elevator. Do I get good elevator RNG? Oh! No! Got Cliff stuck in the door! Okay, it doesn't matter. If me getting stuck in the door there had cost me the elevator, that would have been very tragic. We can gun shoes here. You should also note that there's, like, this green mist. There has been a bug for a while where the regular Undercity had the Lordaeron, like, plague mist that would kill you. The visual effect is still there, but the actual, like, killing effect has been fixed, so it will not murder me, thankfully. Now, there's at least one person who I know is going to be wondering if there's a skip that I could do. Chori, one of my friends who's helped me with a lot of speedrun stuff, figured out a skip a while ago where you could use a toy called X52 Nether Helmet to shoot yourself up into the air and then Goblin Glider over the wall and not have to run around like this. And it was used for approximately, like, 3 months before dragon riding was a thing in older zones, and then, unfortunately, it was kind of taken out of the route. It was cool while it lasted. The thing about that is that toy, X52 Nether Rocket, requires level 10, so I actually can't do it. I did think about it, and I was really excited, because I was like, oh man, you know, this would be the perfect opportunity to finally use that trick again, because effectively it's been taken out. But alas, the level 10 requirement renders it obsolete still. Gilded Brutosaur. I can't use these mounts until later, but the thing about this roleplay section is this is a perfect time to kick back, relax, have some coffee, stretch. Normally this is where it's set up on my bars, but I've kind of done that already because I'm forced to do that as part of the starting part of the run. But I got all my fancy stuff set up. I did just realize I didn't get Darkmoon top hats, but that's fine because I need to stop by the Darkmoon Fair again to turn in quest items later. It is intentional that I did not turn in these quest items now, if you're wondering. I have no way to... Is there a vendor around here that I could sell to? Not during this cutscene. Normally I would clear this stuff. I guess I could clear the stuff out of my bags the old-fashioned way. Yeah, abandon that. What else can I do? I'm not going to use Light Step Hoof Plates, so I can get rid of that. I have 2 Discord messages. Probably the only time I'm going to get to check my messages for the next, like, hour or so, so might as well do it now. I equip gear at level 14. It's going to be a hot minute since I can use anything else. Disgusting is the only word I have to describe it. I know one thing that I can do. Eventually, I'm going to be able to use the auction house mounts to get more of these, but I have one more cracked Radnex gem that I can get for now by using Caddy's Stamp Whistle. And this gives me 3 more uses until I get to level 10. I should be able to get to level 10 before I use all 3 of these. Are there any new abilities that I can get? No. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we are ready. Any second now. It's the only sucky part about Silverpine Forest, the early roleplay. But it picks up, and of course, the other thing to consider is it, like, even with all of the time that I have spent doing all of this stuff, organizing my bags, you know, we're at 13 minutes, right? In order to get to level 10 and get out of Exile's Reach, which is the alternative to all of this, first off, during Exile's Reach and all that stuff, you can't get the Darkmoon Fair buff, you can't get a lot of that stuff, you can't get most of these items. If I'm doing all of that stuff, even if I hit level 10, a lot of times you'll exit Exile's Reach at like level 11, because there's a lot of like really slow, annoying roleplay. Now, for brand new players, I still do recommend Exile's Reach, because while I don't think it is a great tutorial, I think there are many other MMOs out there that have better tutorial sections of their games than Exile's Reach is for WoW. I think, as far as tutorials go, it's a shitty tutorial. However, it does at least try to explain some basic concepts of the game to you. I don't know why I did Crackling Jade Lightning on that mob when I was already in melee with it, just kind of autopilot. Not like I have many things that I need to hit right now anyway. It basically, Exile's Reach at least tries to be a tutorial, and you will probably learn at least 1 or 2 things if you are completely new to the game. So, for those players, yeah, still do Exile's Reach, it's worth it. It's not the most amazing zone on the planet, but it's okay. And I should note the time difference between Exile's Reach and the, you know, regular starting zones for the average player is going to be extremely marginal. The main advantage to the regular zones is that they have a lot of flexibility. So I am allowed to leave Death Knell, the undead starting zone, whenever I want. There's a lot of additional quests that you could stay around in Death Knell and complete. I did not stick around to complete them. I left ASAP, and I made a beeline for the Undercity, and I grabbed my Darkmoon Fair buff. Like, this is all stuff that isn't necessarily intended by the developers, right? It's not... that's maybe a bad way to put it. Like, obviously, that's not the intended new player experience, is what I'm trying to say. Blizzard didn't expect you to leave halfway through the quest line, go to the main city, grab all these fancy items, and then beeline to Silverpine Forest. That's kind of one of those weird things that zone scaling lets you do. But you have the option to do that because of the design of these older zones being more freeform and flexible. Exile's Reach is a completely on-rails experience, and you cannot leave it early. Even if you hit level 5 or level 10, you can't just be like, all right, I'm done, I'm gonna go do whatever I want now. No, you are locked in there, and a lot of those quests are really, 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 really slow. And the end time for Exile's Reach, I forget exactly what the record is for that. I don't personally mess around with Exile's Reach speedruns. I know a few people who do. I'll use Gunshoes here. Yeah, I'm gonna not get a ton of use out of it because of Gorfang, and I need to be careful with my uses of this. Cancel. Good Nightlash spawn, though. But then need to be careful because I don't want to pull additional mobs. I can mount up. I'm going to get this guy under the bridge. And then I'm actually going to get a little Goblin Glider here. Yeah, I want to save my Radinax for the return to the questing hub. It's a lot faster to do this with Dragon Riding, that's for sure. But This is how we did it back in the old-fashioned way, back when dragon riding wasn't a thing in Chromie Time zones, shakes fisted air. You know, in Shadowlands, this is what I had to do for the speedruns, so I'm used to this type of movement, and I should have enough time on this Radinax gem to get most of the way back. Worst case, I just stop short a little bit. And then I'm not going to have Radinax for the next 3-ish levels, but that should be fine. There is a mailbox soon-ish that I could use when I get there. It's not too far away. And I think by the time that I go to the area that has the mailbox, which would give me my last Radinax gem that I would potentially use, I should, in theory, have Gunshoes back up. So then I could use Gunshoes, it would serve the same purpose, and then... yeah, I will definitely have Gunshoes up, because I still have one lengthy roleplay section left after the bat. I'm slowly realizing that, every single one of my friends is playing Path of Exile 2. I personally have never been super into Path of Exile. It's not like a game that I have like disliked or anything. It's just I never really found the time to play it. But the thing that effectively I'm messing... what? I've never had that happen before. Okay. This is gonna... yeah, okay. I just wasn't paying attention, and I had that pop up immediately and activate the wrong bind. Alright, I just lost like a minute or two. That's, yeah, this is what happens when I start talking about random shit. Something unexpected happens, and I don't react in time. I'm just going to sit here and stare at my wall in shame. I don't have a camera on, but just imagine me staring at my wall in shame. Because I am mad at that being dumb. I've literally never done that ever in a speedrun before. Of course I'm doing it now. I'm such a fucking idiot. It's like a minute. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. It's just so fucking... That's like... I think that's one of the issues with doing World of Warcraft speedruns, and why it's... yeah, like, I don't know, the button just shifted. Fuck. There's so many things that can go wrong in one of these runs. It's... there's, like... every single individual part of it is honestly not that hard. But it's hours long. There's a million tiny things you could do that, you know, lose a minute or two. And these, like, individual minute, 30-second time losses, if I make a mistake now and then, I actually think overall... I had to do a bunch of test runs to make sure I got the movement down. The exact, like, routing of knowing, okay, now I go to the blacksmithing trainer, now I go to the tailoring trainer, now I go to the cooking, then I take this staircase to get to the inn faster. I take this staircase then to get to the Darkwind Fair trainer. Like, all that stuff is simple, but memorizing it all and executing it correctly without, like, making any wrong turns takes, like, time to get down, and... especially when I haven't done that a million times. Like, I've done Silverpine a million times, which is why I'm annoyed that somehow I fucked that up. Just, responding to my friends who are asking me effectively about, am I going to try PoE 2, which was the thing I started saying. But that's kind of... it's very daunting getting into that mindset of starting one of these runs, because I know that every single individual thing I've either practiced a million times, or, you know, for the undead starting section here, I practiced that specifically a bunch more times just to make sure I got that right, because I haven't done it a lot of times. And it's not hard. It's all fairly simple stuff that I know how to do, and you shouldn't be able to make any mistakes. And yet there's just so much room for error. And every single run, I'm bound to fuck something up. That's what happens when it's 3 hours long. I don't know how long this is going to be. As I've said, I've never done a run exactly like this before, where I, you know, start all the way from level 1 and go all the way. The other thing is, there's also variables that are impossible for me to predict. So I am generally like an anxious person. I for like anything that I can prepare for, I will like prepare an insane amount for, which I kind of I'm well suited to do these types of runs as a result of that, because I am willing to sit there and like OCD organize an entire character. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that at the very start of the run. If you were curious for like a detailed breakdown of every single item I used, I did a video on that just before starting this run. It's like 45 minutes long. I went into like excruciating detail on all the different items I used on this character, everything in my bags. I will explain what it's there for. And that is going to be posted on my third channel. I will have a link to that in the video description if you want to watch that. Just kind of me talking through it, no editing, nothing fancy. Wanted to do that, but didn't want to include it in this video. I've done that before in the past for different speedruns, like back in Dragonflight, but I would say like every year or so, I like to make an updated version of that, because especially for War Within, I don't think that since the launch of the War Within, which I guess it's been like 3 months or so now, since then, I don't think I've actually sat down and recorded another one of those. And there's a lot of brand new War Within runs or War Within items that I'm using in these runs, so I figured it was worth including that at this point and explaining why I'm using all of those particular items. So figuring out all of that stuff and getting it organized, like I have a bank alt that I use for it, and it's just this gigantic collection of items, sorted. I have a bank, like it. My bank alt, the bags on the bank alt is where I kind of keep track of all the items I'm actually going to be using in the run. But then I have like the bank of that bank alt filled with more BOE greens and other consumables that like maybe I'm not using for that run. For instance, I have a bunch of strength consumables stored up that I won't be using for this particular run, but I still want to have them on hand for whenever I do a strength run. That way I can very quickly nail that stuff over. And keeping track of all that, organizing all of that, it's a lot of work. On one hand, I like doing that stuff, but on the other hand, it stresses me out a lot because I keep getting in the mindset of like everything has to be perfect. I need to make sure that everything goes according to plan. I want to make sure that my chances of success are as high as possible going into the run. I don't want there to be any surprises, or if there is something that I can do to increase the chances that my run goes well, basically, I want to be doing that. I don't want to leave anything on the table. But of course, that ends up leading to stress where effectively this entire week, what am I doing? I just got another Radinax gem. I can... Does this dismiss the Orc Sea Dog? Will he reappear? It does dismiss the Orc Sea Dog. Okay. Interesting. I guess I've never used Radinax during this quest. It's so weird, because I'm like 99% sure I've used Radinax at some point during here, but maybe I just didn't? Or maybe I went too fast, and I'm supposed to, like, slow down, or... I don't know. I don't remember ever having that issue. Either way, I'm almost at level 10, in which case I will have Dragon Riding, and Radinax will no longer really be something I need to worry about. So all I need to do is finish the Orc Sea Dog quest and get credit for it by stacking all the boxes. And then... then I can use Radinax as I see fit, because I will already have full credit for that. But yeah, all that to say, I stress out a lot. And it's also... I guess the main 2 points of stress that I've had, aside from the general one of, am I going to make a mistake? Which, at a certain point, you just got to accept, like, I'm going to fuck something up. Let's hope that me misclicking the return to camp thing there... Oh, nice, there's a chest. I'm hoping that's going to be the only mistake that I make in this run. It probably won't be. But... we can dream. I need to... as soon as I possibly can, spec into Windwalker. And then that's going to give me Rising Sun Kick. Actually, let's get Tiger's Lust ASAP. And then I'm going to move Touch of Death. I already have all the stuff I need. I'm going to use one more Radinax. This should be the last Radinax I really need to use. The other one is going to be for... Let's cancel. I don't know why that didn't pull. The only other Radinax I have, I will probably be using for WAD intro whenever I do that, because, yeah, that's it. Drop that there. Now I can fly. Now this becomes a lot easier. Wow. My binds are all fucked. Okay. Did not mean to use Whirling Surge there. That's normally my Surge forward keybinds. Oh well. Vigor is not going to be a huge concern at the immediate moment, so I doubt that will matter. Is the Eden anywhere nearby? No. So I can get him after I do the section in the mines. Drop on Krethus. I have Zen Pilgrimage here. We'll use that later. I can pick a talent point. That's important because we get Fists of Fury. And that is there. I also never put Rising Sun Kick on my bars. Okay. We're slowly reaching the point where I can just kind of blitz through stuff. At level 13, I'm also going to get my first set of BOEs, which will be a significant power spike. So that's kind of one of those things where, like I said, early on, this leveling stuff, from up to level 10, it's weird. It's... I don't want to say it's bad, because on one hand, there is some kind of interesting dynamics there in terms of how I routed all of that, and having to deal with no dragon riding is mildly interesting, though I think, obviously, Radinax is kind of used to solve a lot of that. That's kind of why I said, for the average player, you're maybe not going to notice as much of a difference between the, like, Exile's Reach time and your regular 1 to 10 time, just because you're not going to have Radinax control gems, which save a lot of time outside of the context of Exile's Reach. So it kind of lets me get away with doing more fancy stuff. There's usually a chest in these mines. I just gotta look for it. I also gotta refresh my food buff. Only takes a second. Nice. Good Orc Sea Dog RNG. Up here. Oh my god. At this point, it's barely a shortcut if I miss that first jump. Whatever. I think normally I could have set my Hearthstone back there to do a little skip, but actually there's sometimes a chest in this hallway, so I'll take the long way. Just to check. No, it's not. It might be shared with the one in the Worgen area. I always forget the shared spawn points. There's not really great documentation for that, but yeah, my Hearthstone's still on cooldown. Technically, if I was in a guild, it would have been reduced, but I'm on the PTR, so... Like, unless I were to ask my friends to help me, like, sign a charter on the PTR, which, like, there are limits to what I'm willing to do in terms of these runs. I will go mostly all out, but things like that... I guess, if it requires me to drag other people into it, then it becomes a little bit more difficult. I like to do all this stuff solo. If I can do it all solo, great. If I need external help, it starts to get a little bit iffy. You know, there's some very simple things that I can do, like I can have my alt account sitting there, like I said, monitoring the Anaran Plains buff, which I actually started to say that, and then I forgot. Let's grab my last Radinax gem, just to get that out of the way. And then... Stuff's not on the correct spot. Alright, did we get the... Yeah, okay, Agatha spawned properly. This one's weird. Agatha has a very weird follow speed, so I gotta do the little zigzag stuff. If you get too far ahead of mobs like this, they will despawn. So I just gotta zigzag and make sure Agatha's at least close enough to not despawn. Alright. This quest was also bugged for a while. My energy is so fucked right now. There's a few early talents for Windwalker that will improve that until I get them. I'm also 13. Actually, that's great. Okay, so before I do anything, because my damage is starting to fall off a cliff, Combat Wisdom, Fast Feet, it's going to improve my damage, and then BOEs. This is level 13 stuff. I didn't even have stuff in most of these slots, and the others are just, like, flat armor values. Okay, so that should be, like, a gigantic power spike. I should start... It's not going to be super noticeable early on, because most mobs are dying, but... Okay. Alright, oh yeah, Expel Harm becomes a passive now. And one more? Okay. Didn't mean to pull those, but... if I had other plans. Let me make sure for add-ons... Okay, yeah. I used to have an add-on called Cinematic Canceller, which would always break this cutscene. And I've since uninstalled that, but I couldn't remember if I actually remembered to uninstall it on the PTR. I thought I did, and it looks like I was correct. I did. But you never know. Can't hurt to double check for that. What was I saying before? Trying to remember words. Right, so basically there's two main points of, how should I put it, like, stress for me when it comes to prepping one of these runs. And both of them have to do with the 70 to 80 section. So 10 to 70 runs are honestly extremely chill at this point. There's, like, basically zero variance, especially on the PTR. The only variance comes down to rare mobs and chests, but that is pretty standardized if you do it on the PTR, which is one of the really nice things about doing these runs on there, in addition to being able to save all the money it takes, because I'm just copying it over. I'm not actually using those items, so I can reuse them in the future. Very, very nice stuff. And let me just put that there so I don't forget about it. Is Agatha gonna die? She might. Oh, almost? No. Yeah, so Agatha's not scaled properly, and she used to... the scaling was even worse. It might just be because I'm lower level than I normally am at this point, because I started it so early, that she's just scaled enough to not die there. But a lot of times those Worgen will kill her in what's supposed to be, like, effectively a cutscene, and then you'll have to run out of the fort on your own. It's actually a time save, believe it or not, if you pull it off correctly, because her flying is very slow, and you can actually run out there faster than she can carry you. But it's not super consistent. What was I going to say? Yeah, like 10 to 70 runs, very chill, very standardized. It's usually why I like to do a lot of those on stream, because I can just, like, yap and respond to messages on stream instead of, you know, worrying too much about the route itself. And I would imagine that once I get used to it, 1 to 10 probably won't be super challenging either. Nothing that I did there was very complicated. There was no RNG involved there. It's just that entire process is something that I am unfamiliar with. I have not done a 1 to 10 run before, right? So I kept kind of second-guessing a lot of the stuff that I was doing. And like I said, I still didn't make many mistakes, but I was still on edge, which leads to me making stupid things like that, where I misclicked the wrong button on a quest I've done a million times. But it could have gone a lot worse. There's definitely many times in my test run where I lost like 30 seconds in Undercity because like I went the wrong way or something like that. But overall, it's not too bad. It's just, I have done Silverpine Forest like actually just a million times. And I've done the Undead starting zone. I probably did it like once or twice back in Cataclysm, and I actually did it fairly recently on Cataclassic because Undead was the race that my viewers picked on the poll for what I was going to use for my Cataclassic speedrun, which I still haven't finished because that main account is still banned, and that's not going to change. Every month or so people ask. It is a 6-month ban, so eventually that ban will end. Because even though it was a false ban, and I fought it up until Blizzard started threatening me, which, believe me, I will make a video about eventually. It's just, at this point, I can't fight it anymore, right? Even though it is a false ban, they did reduce it to 6 months instead of the auto perma, which, yeah, it's crazy that you can just get auto perma banned by a bot and not have a manual review at all. Which, again, it's so annoying when people tell me that Blizzard manually reviews this stuff, because, like, I know I didn't cheat. So when people tell me, like, oh, trust me, the evidence was manually reviewed by a Blizzard employee, I'm like, well, that's fucking bullshit. Because if there is any manual review, I know that they will see there is no air quote evidence, because I didn't fucking do anything. So it's just so frustrating hearing that, like, nonsense thrown at you over and over by Blizzard dick riders. This company fucking sucks. Say it now and I'll say it again every single time. I absolutely despise Blizzard Entertainment. I like World of Warcraft. I've been playing World of Warcraft for years, and I sometimes question whether or not it makes sense to continue doing World of Warcraft stuff, at least long term, and I will maybe consider moving away from that at some point, but in the immediate moment, this is still my job, and as much as I despise this company, I do still love the game, and I have a shit ton of friends who still play this game, and it's not so simple to just stop playing the game where all of your friends play and you've been playing for, you know, most of your life since I was 5 years old. Yeah, it's really not that easy to do. But we'll see. But anyways, I can absolutely despise Blizzard, the company, and still like the game. It's just unfortunate. And that is also now fresh on my mind, because there was another wave of auto false bans, because one of my friends got banned because he was leveling too quickly in Classic Fresh. And I was literally in Discord with him for like 90% of the time that he was leveling. I know he didn't do anything cheating, because, you know, he's just a degenerate who plays the game a lot, like me. Thankfully, I guess, I've been really busy the last few weeks, so I've still been playing Classic Fresh, but I've actually been behind a lot of my friends and haven't been speed leveling in that like I normally do in retail and stuff. I've kind of just been taking my time. At this point, now that I've fallen behind, I'm just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna do professions and all that stuff while I level. But it's really sad to see one of my friends who really likes Classic and was playing the game too much, apparently, get falsely banned. And it's not just him, there's a ton of other people who also got falsely banned for the exact same thing. They did a big permaban wave, which, again, fucking wild that can be the auto default punishment for even suspected cheating is insane to default to a permaban. Holy fuck. Like, perma account closure. Like, this is a guy who's been playing for, I think, as long as I have. I don't know exactly when he started. But I know he's been playing and, like, rating at a mythic level for a very, very long time. But he leveled too fast in Classic. Blizzard thought he was a bot, and now his account is closed. And he still hasn't gotten that resolved. That was like 10 days ago, and he still hasn't gotten it fixed. So that's fresh in my mind now. And it's, I guess, obviously on one hand, I do feel bad for him. But I will say there's a small part of me that's like, glad that it's not just me, right? Because when it happened to me, it wasn't like, as far as I could tell, a massive ban wave. And there were a lot of people, like, I got banned around the time of Mop Remix, and I still maintain that I got mass reported and Blizzard never actually checked. Because there were a lot of people botting Mop Remix, legitimately botting Mop Remix, or I guess illegitimately botting Mop Remix, like, you know, they were cheating, right? I just farm like a degenerate, and I have proof, right? You can literally see videos of me doing all the prep for the sub 30-minute speedrun that I did in Mop Remix. I spent a lot of time working on that, and I even made videos showcasing a lot of the tricks that I was using to grind, like Troves of the Thunder King and stuff, Archerius of Flame. I showcased all of that, but I was on Mop Remix like most of the day. I would literally AFK at like Archerius of Flame and have it open like a separate tab, and then while I'm getting video editing done, there's like a sound effect that happens when Archerius of Flame spawns. It's like a big whoosh, like fire noise. So I have my game sound on, I hear the big whoosh, I tab over to my game, kill Archerius of Flame, get a bunch of threads from my Mop Remix cloak, and then tab back over to Adobe Premiere and continue editing one of my videos, right? So there were a lot of people, though, who blatantly, and what's crazy is, like, I was literally teaching people around me at our Chariots of Flame how to detect and catch bots because people were effectively using auto-clickers. And I started putting down turnips, the turnip punching bag, to have people click on these things, and you could see there's literally, like, people would drop rows of turnip punching bags, and you'd have druids sitting there tab moonfiring between every single turnip punching bag endlessly until it despawns. They're obviously using, you know, an auto clicker or botting software or something, and I'm just sitting there and tabbing back in when I hear the sound effect. It should be very easy for Blizzard to tell one of these is a blatant auto clicker, the other is somebody who is just AFK. Literally nothing in the terms of use says you can't AFK and tab in. That's regular gameplay behavior. Now, again, I don't know for sure if this is why I got falsely banned, because Blizzard won't fucking tell you, because if you try to request information about why you got banned, they'll say, sorry, we can't give you that info because it would help cheat developers. Like, wow, okay, that's great. So you can't actually get told what directly caused you to get banned. They give you these bullshit claims about there might be software on your computer that's causing it, which that's always a fun one, especially considering I multi-box 4 different accounts and none of them got banned. So it's like, obviously, if there really was some hidden software on my computer that was tripping Blizzard's auto cheat, what about the other 4 accounts? Why are they not banned? Why is it only this one account, which I was using to farm a lot of stuff in Mop Remix? But no, too hard to do a manual review on that. Apparently, I'm still really salty, and at this point, like, it's like I don't even care at this point if I get it back, because all of my characters from now are like 4 months old. I've replaced all of them. I've moved on, but it still pisses me off that it's just, how are they allowed to get away with doing that and just fucking over their customers? And now I'm mad all over again because they did it to my friend, and now one of my friends in my guild, who is the most excited person about fucking Classic because he was leveling faster than anybody else, is now banned. And he's not going to be there for Molten Core unless Blizzard fixes this. I have heard that because apparently they really fucked up with this ban wave, there's a lot of people that they mistargeted. They have been slowly undoing it. There's a lot of posts on, like, the Classic WoW subreddit of, like, I got unbanned, you know, blah, blah, blah. False bans do happen, which, like, duh, Blizzard's not perfect. But unfortunately, my friend still hasn't gotten one. He's getting... It's kind of funny because he showed me the responses that he's gotten, and when I got my ban for Mop Remix stuff, not confirmed, but around the time of Mop Remix, I wasn't playing Classic at all around that time. So it definitely wasn't Classic related. I got the same exact tickets word for word as my friend about this has been blah, 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 blah. And so at the very least, it's a template response. They give you the exact same generic response word for word, no matter what the issue is, which is fucking annoying. Because again, it makes it impossible to actually get any information on what you actually got banned for, what you're being accused of, basically, which is really, really, really frustrating. But anyways, that's what I have to deal with. But all that to say, how did I get on that topic? Something about, oh yeah, right. All that started because I started doing a Cata Classic speedrun, 1 to 80 in Cata Classic, and I also played Undead Warrior in that case, and I got that character up to 70. I published the level 60 to 70 episode, and then the very next week I was going to do, well, I guess, so, you know, I said I wasn't playing Classic. I guess technically I was leveling my Undead Warrior at the same time. So maybe that's why I got banned, because I was casually leveling, and it was technically a speedrun, but it was done across like a month or so in multiple parts, right? I would, you know, stop the timer and log back in later on, and I did it all on stream, right? But obviously, that thing entirely streamed. I am 99.999% sure that has nothing to do with why I got wrongly banned. But either way, I was about to get to the final part of that, Northrend, and yeah, that character is on my other account. Now I remember why I was talking about that. So that was the, like, last time I did the Undead Starting Zone. Technically, it is the same zone, even though obviously very different vibe, because A, I'm playing a monk, and you know, just generally, right, I have to actually loot this mob. Generally, the pace at which you go through that is a lot different. You also, of course, do Tearsfall Glades as part of Cataclysm, because you can't just skip straight to Silverpine Forest. You don't have zone level scaling like that. What was I saying? Yeah, so I guess my entire point that I started making before I went on a rant about the false ban stuff is I don't have a ton of experience with this particular route for the undead intro. It's entirely possible also that there are minor time saves that I could do by sequencing my movement speed things in a slightly different order. Like maybe I want to save Gunshoes for a different second or a different portion of the run. I could glider at a different time to maybe save a little bit of time. I considered using glider while going into the sewers, because then I could land on that little lip of the sewers, and potentially that would save a little bit of time. I don't know if it would. Maybe. Very tough to say. I think, yeah, my flask fell off, but actually I can switch to Elixir of the Mongoose at this point, so it doesn't matter. And then let's actually move that over there, and then just refresh that. Cool. My next gear is at level 23. Just gotta keep track of that, because now things actually start to pick up in speed a little bit. I don't know what I was stuck in combat with. I also need to spend talent points, but I can do that while I'm flying on the Valkyr lady. Come on, what am I in combat with? Let's... Whoa! Did you see that shit? I don't know how I did not touch the ground. I must have been like an inch, just barely above the ground there. I did not expect to get that much distance with my glider. Okay. I need 2 more... Let's just tag you. Gonna kill you there, and then... Oh, he's barely out of Todd range. There we go, Todd. Alright, now we fly to the end. Use my vigor extremely aggressively here, too, because... Obviously, I'm going to be on a flight path, effectively, for the next however much time, so it's going to have plenty of time to recharge. Alright, yeah. And then I get scooped up. Perfect time to do all that. Talent points. I want you, Ascension. Jade Walk, definitely. Calming Presence, Spearhand Strike. Turbo Fists... That there. I don't have War Mode on yet, but I will turn it on the moment I finish this quest. Because I'm going to finish this quest, there's going to be some roleplay, and then I'm going to get sent back to the Sepulchre, and I will... Well, actually, there's going to be a bunch of rares in the immediate vicinity that I can kill, which is why this is the perfect place to switch to War Mode, because you can just blast some rares real fast, and then switch to War Mode, and the rares will be back up. Yeah, I spent all my talent points. Anything else that I can put on my bars? Don't think so. My next gear is this stuff. Okay. And... Do I get the Darkman Fair items now, or do I wait until later? I need to go to the Darkman Fair to get top hats. Yeah, I needed to make 2 stops at the Darkman Fair regardless, because I was never going to do my turn-ins there. I was considering doing Darkman Fair stuff at, like, level 70. I don't really think it's going to make that much of a difference. I think it would make more sense to just do it now. All that matters is that you do it after War Mode, because then you benefit from War Mode. And then, since I started this, I'm just going to wait it out. I'll refresh that. I'll learn all of these quest items now. And then, is there anything that I need to do now to get prepped for the Darkman Fair stuff? No. Anything that I'm missing that's not on my bars, because I can't get paralysis. That actually could be useful. That is it for now. Can I do any of this stuff? I can do this now. Some of these have a level requirement, others don't. I obviously can't use this right now, but I can already start the process of gemming this. And any time that I spend doing this now is just free time, right? Gotta do it at some point. Yeah, because like this armor kit requires level 71, for instance. So I can't use that. I can equip my profession equipment now. That's like a very, very mini time save. And equip Comfortable Rider's Barding. I don't know why that wasn't working. Alright, I'm going to grab these quests. But again, I'm not actually going to do them. We're going to get 3 rares. Actually, 4 rares. So we're going to get Aphritis. Just going to Todd him. And then tag Corpse Feeder. I can't get too close because if I get too close, I phase. So we're going to wait for him to run out here. Gonna do that. Then Aquarius the Unbound and check for the inevitable chest. There we go. Aquarius. And then I'll check for outdoor chest spawns. And then we check for indoor chest spawns. Okay, none there. I am already completing this quest partially, so that works out well. Bam! There we go. Let me check for Ambermill Mage, so that one's close enough to be worth getting. Spell Scribe, I think. Oh my god, these fucking stairs! And then while I'm flying towards Sepulchre, I'll just make a swing over here, grab Finn's Gambit. I'm not going to do a long detour to kill rares this time. I don't actually think it's worth doing. But since I'm already in the process of traveling, I figured this is worth it. And then obviously all the other rares I've already killed. I'm going to scan for Lost Son of Aragal because it does patrol through this way. It's not there. Alright. We're going to set our Hearthstone here. Zen Pilgrimage. And now I'm going to go back, turn on more mode. I'm going to turn on Chromie Time while I'm at it. And then I'm going to grip my Darkman Fair thing again. Ah, crap. This is the one zone I forgot to activate. You get long loading screens on the PTR a lot of times, because if nobody's in that instance, Blizzard doesn't load it. At least I've gathered that's why it happens. I don't have that officially in writing. But I believe that is what happens there. Okay, we're going to do that. So I guess this is probably a good time to note this. I have a 30% war mode bonus. Now that may seem like a lot. That is technically the highest that it could possibly go. That is kind of weird PTR shenanigans because there have been times in the past where, specifically on Alliance, it went that high. Which is why Alliance used to be really, really, really good for leveling because they would have like 20% more experience than Horde. Now it's normally only like a 15 or 10% bonus on live servers. However, I also forgot to activate Old Dollar Run. Thankfully, these loading screens aren't that bad. Before I start a run, what I was trying to say is I go and like basically enter every single one of the zones that I know I'm going to go into, like Silver Moon City, etc., just to get the long loading screen out of the way. So those ones were abnormally long because of that. But the thing is, the anniversary event is actually bugged right now in the PTR, so I'm missing out on the 20% experience from the anniversary event. And the 20% experience from that would have applied all the way up until now, so this is actually slower than it would be if I did it on live servers. Technically, the difference is effectively negligible, because if I had done it on live servers, I would have had the anniversary buff starting from level 1, whereas the war mode buff you only obviously get at level 20, so that's kind of the main downside, so to speak. Effectively, I saved 2 minutes from not having to go get the other 10% of the anniversary buff, but the 2 minutes that I save from that is outweighed by the fact that I don't actually get the full thing until later. So I would say the difference between PTR and live servers in this particular case is negligible. But obviously that's, you know, assuming you're doing all the anniversary stuff. Alright. Turn this in. I have more than enough. 64. That's more than I thought it would go. Alright. Darkman top hat. That should be enough. I'm going to move it down here. I can start running while I do that. Just for OCD purposes. Alright, grab this one. And this is the cooking quest. These all require materials, which I, of course, have prepped ahead of time. And because I'm down to my last Radnax gem, I'm saving it here and not using it, because it's going to be more useful later on during the WAD intro. I'm not going to really get too much value out of it right now. The Sage buff gives me 10% damage. Yeah, I think it scales with level, or is it 6%? I don't know. Maybe it's only 6%. Alright, we drop Thermal Anvil so I can craft the horseshoes right here. Normally you have to find an anvil. And that. Turn this in. Return to the Sepulchre. Let's add this to my bars. I'm also going to move these down to the very bottom section, that way I don't forget. Both the XP buffs right next to each other, I think, feels better. Alright, and now, yeah, war mode on. There have been an embarrassing number of times where I do all of that, and then I just forget to turn on war mode, and that's like a 3-minute time loss. Thankfully, this time I didn't make that mistake, but that's kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. You can plan and plan and plan, and sometimes you're going to make the dumbest mistake ever. Oh man, I've made that one too many times. Way too many times. It's bad. I am going to check these rares because this also has a potential chest spawn that isn't shared with the other ones. Yep, there we go. And there is a large cluster of rares here. So it's a bunch of rares for fairly minimal travel time. Why am I in combat? What am I in combat with? We're going to get, yeah, we'll just get this large cluster towards the start here. I feel like flying all the way around to Hillsbrad and stuff just doesn't really make a ton of sense generally. Just because it's a lot of travel time. Is that? No. Okay, see, I saw like those bones, and from a distance, it kind of looks like a chest if you look at it funny. If you're going really fast on your dragon riding mount and just your eyes aren't really super well adjusted. It has a vague chest-shaped appearance. Oh, Gorfang took a second to load in. Alright. I also need to remember to equip my level 23 items. That. And that. Alright, and then we'll get Lost Gilne and Warthog. I am burning through my vigor pretty quickly here. In fact, I'm actually just going to use a Goblin Glider here and spend talent points. Take Chi Torpedo, Glory of the Dawn. Wow, roll is on cooldown. Okay, well that's annoying. And then I'm I can't believe I processed that I can't change my talents until roll's on cooldown. I land, immediately press roll instead of any of the other movement speed buttons that I have. I am just on fire today. I mean, that's like, what? A second time loss? It really doesn't matter. I can just apply changes now, and they're all passive anyway. We get the chest right out of the gate. That's nice. Then Aquarius the Unbound is in a good spot. Don't need to run and find him. Love that. Okay. I think there was a mob that auto-loot didn't pick up. Auto-loot's been very buggy lately. But it could also have nothing. It's not guaranteed to have the item I need. Sometimes you click on it again and it's just a stupid gray item. I will loot it just to check. Yeah. Hunting belts in this case. That mob has no loot. Okay. That mob also has no loot. My Servitor Core RNG is not great right now. Need to refresh Darkwind Fair buff in the next 5 minutes, so I'm actually just going to click this off and do Top Hat, just to get it back up to the maximum duration. So I don't forget. There we go. Servitor Core is done. I do need to keep an eye on my time, though, because whenever Darkwind Fair is about to expire, like literally 2 minutes or so before it ends, I'm going to need to go over and grab the Darkwind Fair carousel buff again, because the carousel buff will persist after Darkwind Fair ends. The Top Hat will not. So I can use my Top Hats for the next hour and 10 minutes, and then basically like 1 minute before the end, I have to run over there, snipe the carousel buff, and then go back to wherever I am. Did I kill? I guess I killed that mob already. I should have done it while doing this quest. Doesn't really matter that much. Very, very, very minor loss. Okay. Gotta loot that one for the remnants. A lot of people ask, this is like a comment, maybe not a lot. It's one of those comments that I get, not like all the time, but every few speedruns, somebody will ask this question of like, why do I always loot mobs? And this a lot of times is in the context of War Within speedruns, because I've been doing a lot of 70 to 80 runs lately. And there aren't that many quests these days that require you to actually loot mobs' bodies. It's not unheard of, though. There are a handful. But a ton of the quests in the older zones require you to loot something, like Arcane Remnant or whatever. Some item. You know, like even looking at this quest, Dalaran Archmage's Signet Ring. I gotta loot that. So, especially with, like, Leatrix Plus has a fast auto-loot option, where you can barely even notice the loot window popping up half the time. It's really not that hard to loot mobs. So, the problem with not looting mobs is it's one of those things that I kind of need to remember to do. Because if I'm in a situation like this, right, where I forget to loot that mob, that's a considerable time loss. I would then need to wait for it to respawn. I would need to kill it again. I would need to get its quest item all over again, right? It could potentially waste a good amount of time if I forget to do that. So I've almost kind of built up the muscle memory of the moment I kill a bunch of mobs, I just tap their dead bodies really quick, and I get all the stuff. Because if I don't, and it is a quest that I need to loot something off of, then it screws me over. And I don't even like really think about it half the time. Like right here, I don't need to loot anything off these mobs. And since I'm saying it out loud, like I'm not doing it, but I feel this like little pull in the back of my head telling me, like, right-click the mob, right-click the mob. Like, it's not something I consciously think of, but it's there. And, like, my arm will automatically just go boom, boom, and hit the mob because it's just so wired into my brain of, like, always loot it. So, a lot of times, if you know that, hey, the next, like, hour of quests won't have me loot anything, and sometimes I do that, like, I kind of force myself to do that. A good example would be, like, the first few minutes of a new expansion. So, at the very start of the War Within, I distinctly recall forcing myself to not auto-loot. Like, I remember doing test runs, and every time, like, I auto-looted, I would take note of it and just, like, kind of slap myself metaphorically. Just be like, no, don't do that, bad. Because I knew that, like, it adds up. Every single second counts, especially in situations like that, where, you know, you're trying to get ahead of the pack on, like, a launch day or something like that. It may not be much, but if you end up literally 2 seconds behind other players, what would normally be a 2-second time loss could end up being, like, a multiple-minute time loss because you missed a tag on a mob or something. So every tiny little optimization counts. So it's very hard to just shut off muscle memory, especially if you're doing a speed run that's like 4 hours long. How do you just shut off muscle memory for 4 hours? If I'm consciously really, 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 really closely paying attention for like a direct period of time, I can force myself to not do that. Like now, as I'm talking about it, right, I'm not looting these mobs because I know I don't need to loot them. And I'm actively speaking on the concept of, you know, auto loot not being necessary in all instances. So it's, of course, fresh in my mind. Oh, what? Okay, game. All right, World of Warcraft physics engine. Sure. I did. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking? All right, I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna not press. I did it 2 times. Remember earlier when I'm like, let's hope I don't make any more mistakes? And like, the thing is though, that's like, I don't know how much time I lost there. I lost 15 seconds, maybe. It's a minuscule time loss. And at least, you know, if I'm gonna lose time, that is such a fucking stupid way to lose time. It might as well be that way. I'm not even mad. That's... Okay, the thing is, it's so dumb that I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people who think that I did that on purpose, and I promise you, no, I really did just fuck that up. My brain was like, okay, I fucked that up, but Flying Serpent Kick travels way longer than, ooh, these mobs have the potential to hurt me, and I don't have Fist of Fury. Never mind. Never mind. This game's stupid. Yeah, so my brain was basically like, okay, Flying Serpent Kick is much farther. If I just don't use that and use Chi Torpedo, I should be fine. And then, like, the literal last inch of my Chi Torpedo took me into that little lip, and that was enough to send me flying into the crevice. And I just, you know, I don't remember the last time I've ever made that mistake, so my brain's kind of going like, surely I don't fuck up this thing 2 times in the same run, right? Surely I don't fuck that up. But hey, it happens. Happens to everybody. You're bound to make stupid little mistakes like that. What was it? I lost my... Oh, yeah, I was talking about auto-looting and muscle memory, and yeah. Yeah, it's very difficult to just kind of turn that off. And my logic is the amount of time that I lose by auto-looting mobs that aren't important throughout an entire run is minuscule. The amount of time that I lose by forgetting to auto-loot an item, just one item that I forgot to auto-loot could potentially amount to more of a time loss than all of the, like, extra milliseconds that I spend quickly right-tapping the mob and, you know, you probably get it. I'm probably rambling about that for far too long. But I wanted to make sure I at least finish my point. Because every now and then I'll rewatch one of my speedruns, and, like, in case it wasn't obvious, I have ADD, and that gets, like, amplified by 1000% when I am stressed, and I am in a permanent stress mode in these speedruns. When I'm doing, like, streamed runs, it's less stressful because, like, I don't stream world record attempts. I only stream... And I guess, is this really a world record attempt? I guess technically. I do know of at least one other person who has done a run in this category, so technically speaking, I am 99.999% sure I'm going to beat their time because their time was not optimized at all. Again, I barely run this category. Very few people run this category, but I guess it technically would be a record. What's it called? But I guess it is... I am trying to optimize the time for... what that counts. Like, I'm using all the fancy stuff. I don't stream runs like this. I kind of mentioned this earlier in the video, but I did a stream recently where I only gave myself a budget of like 5,000 golds, and I've actually decided that for all like world record attempt runs like this, basically, I'm going to go kind of all or nothing for all of my runs in the future. I'm either going to go for a super duper duper fast time and pull out all the stops and use all these fancy items. And in the past, what I would do is if I had like a bunch of items laying around, because I had left over from a previous speedrun, I'd use it because I'm like, hey, why not? I have this stuff sitting around. But I noticed, like, it's specifically the thing that prompted this is I saw somebody saying, kind of like in a negative manner about my routes, something to the effect of like, Harldan's routes are not new player friendly because they require an insane amount of gold, and he doesn't realize like how unfriendly his routes are to new players because like it assumes that you have thousands of gold to spend on all these fancy items. And that kind of pissed me off because I'm like, no, hello? You know, the speedruns are one thing. My routing is 100% designed for new players. And I also think it offends me a little bit because obviously in the speedruns, I'm going to do everything I can to do the runs really quickly. But I actually, when I write my guides, both like the written version on my website and the video version, you know, that I, you know, script and all that stuff and have on my YouTube channel, right? Both of those, I don't just like one-to-one take my speedruns and copy them into a guide format. They are obviously based on the route I use in my speedruns, because duh, I'm using the fastest route, but I do have minor adaptations and stuff for things that I'm like, this is way too confusing for new players, people aren't really going to be able to figure this out, or if there are things like Darkman Fair quest items, I think I have like one line in the written guide about Darkman Fair quest items, and I don't even mention it in the video, because that is like a big gold investment that doesn't really save that much time. Like, you save probably 5 minutes, which, like, yeah, notable, for sure. Also, oh my god. Yeah, I always go in just guns blazing against General Marstone, and then I'm repeatedly caught off guard with how quickly my health drops. This is one of those very rare pulls in retail WoW that will fuck your shit up if you aren't careful. And it's very hard to do as a tank. Or if you're not a tank, I mean. And a lot of times I do runs with Guardian Druid, which Guardian Druid kind of just sleeps through that. Windwalker Monk can do it quite easily, but you need to be very mindful of your crowd control, and you also need to be mindful of your parry with Fist of Fury. If you do that correctly, which, as you can see, I did there, I rounded up the mobs and then I faced them and did Fist of Fury, so I parried all their hard-hitting auto attacks. Wow, that was actually really good RNG. I did that in one pull. Okay. I also got level 30 at some point. I kind of missed that. Lost Son of Aragol, Lost Son of Aragol. I'll do one little sweep on this area just in case. Because it's always fun to find him, but I'm not gonna... Yeah, no, he's not up. But yeah, I spend a lot of time trying to carefully write my guides. Another thing is, I try to give very detailed explanations in a way that's like not too wordy that I'm gonna like lose people and have them be like, I have no fucking clue what's going on, but in a way that is able to like break down complicated concepts in an easy to understand way. And I'll be honest, I kind of pride myself on my ability to do that. Maybe somebody in this video is going to leave a comment basically being like, actually, you're fucking dog shit, and I think you're terrible at doing that. And if so, okay, yeah, sorry you feel that way. But personally, I actually would like to think that is one of the things that I am rather good at. I'm generally very critical of myself. I do not like to give myself too many pats on the back, but I feel that is one thing that I can confidently say, I am good at this. I'd like to think I am a fairly good writer in terms of like guides and stuff. And of course, I have received a lot of feedback that I am, so I'm not necessarily pulling that out of my ass. A lot of people like my guides. What can I say? I have numbers to back that statement up. But that's kind of why that particular point of feedback, how should I put this? Obviously, because I know some people are going to hear that and say, like, you know, don't feed the haters, ignore the trolls. And that is a general sentiment that I agree with. And I get hate comments all the time, just like anybody on YouTube, right? It's something that you just need to deal with. I get people, you know, constantly. There's a lot of times, one of the other things is I make videos for both classic and retail. So I will have people who watch my classic videos who I'm guessing will get recommended one of my retail videos. And then they'll like leave an angry rant on one of my retail videos about, this is why WoW has gone down the drain. The fact that you can level like this back in classic. And it's like, dude, fucking just play classic then. I like both versions of the game. I know people who only like retail or only like classic. That's totally cool. Nobody's forcing you to play either. But I get so many angry rants from classic players on those videos. And I should note, by the way, this is, of course, purely anecdotal evidence, but it is my anecdotal evidence. The inverse does not really happen a lot. I don't really get that many people from retail saying, man, classic leveling's so slow, it sucks, right? That's obviously a reason why a lot of people may not want to play classic, but the amount of classic players who feel compelled to click on one of my retail videos and write that comment unprompted is surprisingly high. I don't really have retail players actively going out of their way to like flame any of my classic leveling videos because of that. I don't know. Just something I've noticed. I don't think too many people are surprised to hear that, though. It's kind of a well-known thing in the classic WoW community that retail is like this big boogeyman that they really hate. Is what it is. But I tune out like a shit ton of the hate comments. The reason why I've touched upon this a little bit, and I'm not going to go into all of like the juicy drama details because I unfortunately find myself engaged, not necessarily, how do I put this? I find that drama finds me often because I will admit I am very blunt a lot of times with some of my criticism and some of the things I say. If somebody pisses me off, I'm not going to like really sugarcoat it in most cases. Like I don't just go around telling people like, go fuck yourself. Like just to kind of counter example, right? Just the other day, some guy in my raid team, because, you know, I guess maybe I should mention this more often, not to like make myself look cool, but just so people stop being surprised. I play this game mostly for raiding. Leveling is like a fun thing that I do on the side. Oh shit, my alt account got logged out. Let me log back in, make sure I'm not missing that, because that'll be important later. And let me check the XP buff whenever it's up. Long loading screen for Narn Plains. But the main thing that I do in this game is raiding. You know, I like mythic raiding. That's what I do for fun. Most of the time, leveling is just purely this, like, side hobby for me. And my guild killed Mythic Ansarek the other week. We did it literally on, like, the last few hours of Hall of Fame closing. It's not real Hall of Fame. It's, like, fake Hall of Fame. I've been calling it Hall of Shame. And my guild's been kind of nagging me for, you know, they're like, just take the Hall of Fame. You know, we have the achievement, it counts. But we had to overtime a lot to get it. And I'm glad that we got there. but I don't necessarily think we as a whole deserved it, and I've been vocal about that in a polite way. But yeah, that's kind of besides the point. I streamed all of that, by the way, on my Twitch channel. But where was I going with this? Right, yeah. So I raid a lot, and the reason I mentioned that mostly is because every single time I do a raiding stream, I get people tuning into the raiding stream like, wait, you raid? I thought you just played this game for leveling. And it, like, no. I mean, maybe there's some dude out there who only plays this game for leveling, and that's, like, their entire gameplay loop. And, like, hey, if that's what you enjoy, more power to you. Like, Godspeed, my friends. If, like, do what you find fun, right? But this has always been kind of a side thing for me that I do in my... Jesus, that one shot. Do in my off time. Mythic raiding is, like, the thing that I... Fuck me. Thing that I play WoW for. Getting interrupted because I keep one-tapping these mobs. And I'm trying not to kill them. Please. There we go. Fuck. Fuck! Of course that crits. Of course that crits. Please. Oh my god, it... Please don't instantly die. Auto attack? Oh, goodness gracious. Yep. I don't know what I expected. There reaches a point where, I was about to say I need to use my new flasks, but do I want to do that right now? Is now really the ideal time to switch to more powerful flasks? But I am already struggling because I am killing things too quickly for my own good. I don't know if this is what I want to be doing. I will put it on my bars, though, before I forget. What else? Potion of the 12-year. Come on. Come on. It didn't get one shot. Nice. That's like first world problems to the max. But yeah, I don't exist purely inside of these leveling speedruns. I actually do stuff in WoW outside of them. Surprise. But anyways, yeah, so I was doing Mythic raiding with my guilds the other day. We were doing our first Mythic reclear, and one of our guildies has had a problem with yelling too much close to kills. He did this a lot on Ansarek, and there were a few times where stuff that really kind of annoyed me, later on, when it ended up in clips, he even kind of joked, like, I don't even remember saying that. And like, yeah, it's a problem, dude. When the boss is at 1% and you're screaming, oh, we're not gonna kill it, because we're about to wipe, like, everybody's just tilted. It's like, we know we're probably not gonna kill it, but let us fucking focus and try, instead of cluttering comms by yelling something like that. Also, like, he'll just call out in the middle of a, phase 3 attempt, like, melee, remember to dodge web blades. Like, thanks, dude, we know that we're supposed to be dodging melee or web blades, but unfortunately some of the melee still struggle with that. But anyways, I'm not saying this to rag on this guy, because I actually like him. He's a good guy. Good guy, good player. I like him. It's just a one small issue. So I like this dude. I don't want to, like, piss him off. So I, at one point, it was on our Silken Court rekill, and at the very end, right when the boss is, like, about to die, he just started yelling, red, 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 because if you don't know Mythic Silken Court, there's, like, two sides. You get red orbs and blue orbs, and they have, like, you have to, like, soak different types of orbs and stuff like that. And depending on what the mechanic is, there are certain things that can, like, blow up the raid if you don't get it correctly. And honestly, I still don't even know why he started yelling red. I think he thought that there was, like, a bomb that hadn't been soaked or something. I'm 99% sure we were fine. I don't think there was anything that we were missing. But either way, we're at, like, 2%. The raid leader's, like, calling something, and he just starts yelling red, which, again, I still don't even know what he was trying to call out. So it's not a helpful call out in the first place. But even if it was, just yelling that on comms when the raid leader is trying to say something, it's just not helpful. So after the poll, I messaged him and I just, politely said, like, hey, just make sure that you're not yelling on comms. And I think I talked to him later after raid 2, and he said something to the effect of like, at first I was a little bit frustrated because I didn't think that I was doing anything, but then when like you mentioned it and I thought about it, I did realize I've been doing that a bunch of times. And he also knows that like, I don't hate him, right? So I'm not messaging him to like flame him and be like, hey, you're fucking up. I'm just trying to give him like helpful advice, because like for the benefit of the raid team, we can't have people yelling if the raid leader's trying to make an important call out. And because it was happening now after a prog, I just, gave him a nice message and let him know. And I think I resolved that really well. In the end, he was like, yeah, thanks for bringing it up to me directly. I don't want to like go over his head and like message the raid leader about it or something. So if I want to, I can absolutely resolve, oh, right, crap, yeah. It's because some of these, I have to equip them in a particular order. There we go, okay. Those were my level 30 DOEs, by the way. Sort of kind of forgot to equip them until now. Leveling kind of flies by. Not that it matters, they're still... At this level, the power level difference is pretty marginal. I'm going to go on foot here just because if you fly into this area, the mobs can get a little bit weird and they won't path properly. If you go on foot, they work correctly. But yeah, I think I ended it peacefully. So I'm more saying that to point out that if I really want to, it's not like I don't know how to bring things up in a constructive manner. But, there is a but. If somebody is pissing me off, and somebody is doing something that I think is shitty, I am going to let them know. Especially if it's somebody who I don't like and don't give a shit, whether their feelings are hurt. Usually if it's like a random person. This is... Yeah, no, my level 41 stuff is still fine. Let me actually organize this a little bit, because that's my higher level BOEs. So, there have been times in the past where somebody is just being an asshole, and everybody is afraid to say, hey, so-and-so, you're kind of being an asshole, so then I end up being the one saying, hey, you're being an asshole, stop, don't do that. And then a lot of people are like, oh, why are you always, like, starting shit? And it's like, literally everybody else thinks the exact same thing as I do. Everybody else is too afraid to say the thing that we all know. I'm just the one who's not afraid to tell somebody they're being a fucking asshole. So I end up in a lot of... I won't say a lot, but probably more drama than the average person just because I'm not afraid to speak my mind. So all that to say, there was some drama, which... I've gathered since that it is related to something that I did. At first, I was like, why am I being attacked over something this fucking stupid? And I'm not going to go into the exact details because, again, I don't want to, like, rehash all that. So I'll summarize the important points that are relevant to this particular story. Oh, man, there's so many talent points I got to spend, but... Come on, Elitus. Okay, yeah, we're good. But basically, some people joined my Discord, which, I have a Discord. If you want to join, anybody can. Obviously, moral of this story, that as you'll find out, is, like, don't be an asshole. My Discord is very simple. Don't be a dick. No self-promotion, which... this kind of falls into, and that's one of those ones where it's a gray line, because the problem with self-promotion is such a weird fucking thing, and I wish that people were just like smart about it and just knew like, hey, very obvious stuff is probably not okay to do. Because like, on one hand, if somebody's like talking about like a cool run they did that is relevant to a conversation, I am generally like, I don't enforce that rule insanely harshly. Like a good example would be leading up to the War Within, when I was doing a lot of my practice runs and talking to some other people who were like watching my streams and sharing their runs. A lot of them had like different strategies that they were doing. Everybody had like a different idea on what they wanted to do. And the other thing is my main goal, especially for the launch of expansions, isn't necessarily to find the absolute fastest possible way to reach max level, because a lot of times it requires like very gimmicky things that you can't reliably do on launch. And especially the campaign for your first character is always a requirement. So every single new player will need to do the campaign, and there's a very particular way that you need to level with the campaign, right? It is fairly railroady, so you need to complete the railroady campaign while still getting as much efficient XP as possible to reach level 80. But what a lot of people like to do, unsurprisingly, is go for like world first or server first and stuff like that. For launch day, that's never my goal because it's not realistically possible. Only one person can be the world first. Now, I can do like a million practice runs and refine my time until I get the fastest time, the world record, as it were. That is more so about practice and routing. And that is something that I feel I am quite good at. I can look at like, you know, a bunch of different runs and basically optimize it down. I love optimization. Optimization is my shit, right? I can figure out what is the most efficient way to do these different things in the fastest possible manner. And then I can do a bunch of different practice runs, make sure I get that correct, perfect, as close to perfect as is realistically possible, and then execute it, and boom, you have a speedrun. That's the stuff that I like doing. The thing with world first runs on, you know, launch days is you only get one shot at it, and you only have one. There's only one person, so you only have one attempt, right? If you can't just restart if your attempt goes bad, and even if you have a really good attempt, if somebody does it ever so slightly better than you, well, tough shit, bozo. You're now world second, and nobody gives a shit about world second. If you're not first, you're last. So that is the issue, and especially on launch days, right? I mean, if something goes wrong, if you get disconnected, Blizzard nerfs stuff in the middle of launch day leveling a lot. If they think it's too overpowered, you might suddenly find that the leveling method you were using, whoops, it's nerfed now. You can't do it anymore. You need to have a backup strat, which that is kind of an integral part of launch day leveling, is knowing the fact that you need a backup strat, right? You could consider that part of the skill, and I guess I would. But it's overall just not an experience that I find fun. So I always try to level quickly on launch day, and like I take it seriously. I try to optimize my time, but on launch I always do campaign, because that is required on your first character to do like further endgame stuff. I don't know why I'm killing Naga. I don't do this quest anymore. I do kill Lady Zephyrus though. It's, you know. Yeah, so I always do campaign leveling, and I'd like to think that I'm generally one of the fastest campaign players, people who do the entire campaign and hit level 80. I don't know if I'm world first for that. It's also very, very, very hard to track that. I don't try to claim world first for that. I just try to get a time that I am personally happy with, and as a result, all of my testing leading up to launch is about that. So, inevitably, there's a large subset of people who are trying to optimize for just fastest time to 80 because they're going for world first. And they will obviously gravitate towards my stream because I'm one of the main people who does speed leveling stuff. So even if it's not exactly what they're doing, they'll kind of like bounce ideas off me. Like, hey, this is my route. What do you think? Have you tried XYZ thing? And for War Within, there was a lot of different people who were like had different routes and stuff. And they were talking to me, and they were also talking to each other. So there was a lot of discussion going on in the War Within leveling channel on my Discord between people basically linking their own runs and like sharing their times and improvements and stuff like that. And while that could technically fall under the category of self-promotion if I was being an asshole, it is for like, you know, a constructive purpose. It is people trying to share and improve their own runs, and I'm not going to be the guy who ruins that. So I'm like, okay, yeah, if people want to use my Discord as a place to discuss this, sure, yeah. It is still, at the end of the day, my Discord, right? And that's the other thing that, like, a lot of people don't get. It's like the same thing of, you know, Karens walking into, like, you know, a small business and complaining when they act like assholes and get thrown out. They're like, you're discriminating against me. It's like, no, if you are being an asshole, just in general, in a small privately owned business, you have no right to be there. Nobody can has the right to serve or is forced to serve you, even if you're being an asshole to them or directly disobeying like blatant rules. Discrimination is one thing, right? Obviously that's bad. I hope I don't need to make it clear that I think that's bad, but I think we're all understanding that it's like, under the context of people being blatantly assholes and then complaining that like, you still have to serve me, like I have rights, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, frankly, nobody has the right to just pop into my Discord and say whatever the fuck they want. I would like to think that I am pretty lenient and very, very few things I like set my foot down on. But self-promotion is one of those things that I, generally speaking, try to control. Like, because it is, like I said, it's a weird one because it is a fine line of I want people to be able to discuss it. And if it is actually relevant, I want people to be able to share that. And I also, it very much is a case of there's almost kind of like an unspoken whitelist of people who are allowed to post stuff. Basically, if I know this person, if they have like been around my community for a while, I hate using the word community because like, I don't know, it's technically true, but the whole, how do I put this? I hate the idea. I'm going to spiral so far off topic here. But I really hate the idea of like streamers and YouTubers as like influencers. I fucking despise the term influencer because like I want people to watch my videos because they find them either informative or like mildly entertaining. But like it should go without saying that you shouldn't take life advice from me. Like I don't know fucking that much more about life than any one of you, and my life is completely different than yours. So I hate this idea of like so many people like basing their fucking life choices and worldviews off like what some random streamer said, and I apply that to myself. Like I have my own opinions, and you don't need to agree with me. And like I have sometimes been vocal about said opinions. I'm gonna fucking die. Holy shit! I did not expect those mobs to clobber me that quickly. These pulls can get nasty really quickly though. Just quickly rebuff. Didn't lose anything important. I need to make sure I'm not doing that when Darkwind Fair ends, but we still have time, so right now, no harm, no foul. This is one of the only disadvantages, I should note, of Windwalker Monk. Guardian Druid, no matter what you pull, like, you can never die. Windwalker has good survivability if you're using things properly, but like, for instance, Touch of Karma is basically the only thing I could have used there outside of kiting, which I probably should have just kited until I had Fist of Fury back up, but I just didn't really expect to get trucked that quickly, and by the time I noticed, I was fucking dead, right? We're gonna fly over here. This is something I should be doing more often. I always forget, so this time I'm gonna remember immediately. Skips a lot of roleplay. There we go. Yeah, I think I triggered it correctly. Yeah, basically, like, you know, obviously I have my opinions for a reason. I don't, you know, I don't base my opinions off anybody else. I hope you don't base your opinions off me. If you agree with me, awesome. If you disagree with me, cool. I mean, that's fine too. Just, like, yeah. My entire point is, fuck the idea of influencers. Anybody who makes videos for a living is not a fucking influencer, or should not be a fucking influencer, and that applies to me too. Like, holy shit. This is especially fresh on my mind because I just watched the, you know, CoffeeZilla and whatchamacallit, Moist Critical videos about fucking Hawktua girl scam, which I'm gonna be honest, I never have understood the whole Hawktua meme. Like, I've seen people talk about it, but I feel like I'm in this just like fucking wacky world where people keep talking about these memes that I'm just like, why is this funny? I don't get it. And hey, that's okay. Humor doesn't apply to everybody. But what I can't understand is finding this meme that this person did kind of funny, and then like randomly becoming like obsessed with that person to the extent that you're willing to like make financial investments based on what that person does. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you if that's what you're doing? At a certain point, like, come on, get your shit together. So that fucking blows my mind, right? But the point is, what was my point? I don't even remember what my point is. Fuck the idea of influencers. Words. Right. I somehow I got here because I was talking about my Discord. I have to like work backwards, like retract through my rant. I was talking about my Discord and how, yeah, because I said the word community, and then I went on into a fucking rant about like community and like, you know, that shit. Because when I hear community, I always think of like those like YouTube advertisements where they're like, we're building a community and, you know, come join us or whatever. And it's like, dude, you make fucking videos. Shut the fuck up. I make videos. I don't expect people to fucking worship me and join my like community because I make fucking World of Warcraft videos. I want people to join my Discord because they're interested in leveling and want to just fucking talk about leveling or ask me questions about leveling. That's it. And sometimes I'm going to rant there about some dumb bullshit. And you know what? If you like listening to me rant, then maybe join my Discord, because sometimes I'll rant there. I don't know. What was the last thing I ranted about in my Discord? You know, sometimes... Oh, yeah, I think the other day I ranted about my friend getting banned. So I just went off on a fucking tangent about, you know, it being annoying to me that Blizzard's able to do this shit and get away with it because I was mad that my friend got banned. Which, I mean, I guess I ranted about that in this video too. But I ranted about that like 10 days ago, whenever it happened in my Discord, because it was fresh on my mind and pissing me off. But stuff like that. I mean, that's what my Discord's for. That's about it. It's nothing super fancy. I should have been spending talents here. I guess I kind of forgot to do that. Oopsie. Jade Ignition, Shadowboxing Shreds, Thunderfist. Sure, good enough. What else did I take? There. I learned Ring of Peace, Transcendence, Invoke Swen. Okay, yeah, that's all I have for now. All that to say, there's a lot of people who have been active in my Discord, active in my streams and stuff for a while. And it's not necessarily... Like, the way I want to word this carefully is because I don't want to make it seem like I'm giving people special treatment, and it's like, I hate the idea that, oh, fuck me, I meant to hit Goblin Glider and I hit Gunshoes. It's not that these people get special treatment because they've been around for a while, and like, you know, these people earn the right to, like, self-promote because, you know, they've been active in my streams. Not like that. It's that I know these people well enough to know that if they post one of their videos... It's not necessarily because they are trying to just promote their thing and be like, hey, watch my shit, right? Which I generally dislike. I don't promote my shit outside of my own Discord, right? Honestly, one thing that my friends have even told me, you know, get over that because, you know, we don't care, is I have always struggled to post my videos in my guild's Discord when it's relevant. And my guilds even told me, like, multiple people in my guild were like, if you have a new video and you think it's going to help us, fucking post it in our guild Discord. We'll enjoy that. Like, we're not going to be upset. But I am, like, so wary of even, like, self-promotion on my own that I feel uncomfortable sometimes linking, like, a video that I did or something like that because I'm just worried that people are going to, like, judge me or whatever. Which, admittedly, it's because I do kind of judge people who overly self-promote. It's... You know, maybe that's a flaw, but when I see people, like, you know, spamming their videos on every single public Discord, I'm just like, have you no shame? You know, that you're just fucking, like, spamming this shit. Most of these people don't give a shit. You're just trying to be kind of, I don't know, an attention whore, maybe, for lack of a better term. That's just how I view it, and I don't want to do that myself. And I just, generally speaking, don't like that, so I don't allow it in my Discord. It just feels icky to me, personally. And, you know, there we go, chest. I practice what I preach in that regard, so you might, again, may disagree with my stance on that, but I abide by my own thoughts on that as well. So it's not something where I'm, like, you know, hypocritical on. That is my general genuine sentiment on that subject. But there are like a bunch of people who I know for a fact that they just like leveling and like, you know, sharing times, and aren't like actively seeking to just spam their videos in my and obviously if they were to do it a lot, like there was one person who was like actually somewhat helpful and I liked some of the stuff that they posted, but they started like spamming like multiple links a day. And kind of the people I'm talking about who I kind of trust to post their own videos are the people who post like maybe once every few months. They'll post like a skip that they found or something like that. Like, yeah, that's totally fine. But some people start dropping like multiple links every single day for multiple days on end. And I have to just kind of politely, you know, send them a message and be like, hey, you know, a lot of the stuff you've said has been interesting, valuable. I don't want to like discount that, but please cool it with like the video spam, right? It just makes me uncomfortable personally. I have like a rules channel in my Discord. And the thing is, I know that people like don't read that, right? Nobody reads the fucking terms of use before joining a Discord, but it is there. Like I do have a fucking little rule page. I had to make one when I turned it into a community, which again, I hate that term, but like there were certain like Discord features. Why is that not working? Why is this not working? Hello? That is so weird. Yeah, I think it might be my X request button bugging out. And I think it's trying to do the pocket nuke, so it keeps switching before it actually activates. I'm guessing that's what was causing it to not work. I also need to be careful because I need to refresh Draft of 10 lands at 49. So I can't get too distracted. Fucking crit. But all that to say, I have the rules there. That way, if somebody complains, right? If somebody were to be like, ah, that's unfair, I never knew I couldn't do that. I can always be like, hey, you know, it's written right there. You may not have read it, and that's okay, and I'm not gonna like ban somebody for doing that, right? But I will always say, it's written on the sign, right? Like, I do not like self-promotion. There's like a few other minor things on there. Most of them are like, don't be a dick. I think I had to add a rule. I'm basically like, I have some of my friends marked as like moderators, quote unquote, which they don't like moderate my Discord, but they are purely there. They have like, you know, effectively admin permissions. If for whatever reason I'm like unable to access my Discord account, which has never happened, but I don't want to be like caught with my pants down or something. If that ever happens, I want to make sure that like I have trusted friends with admin perms who, if something happens, they can do something about it. And like every now and then, there has been one or two times where like a bot or something has joined my Discord and started spamming links and like add everybody pings, or like you can't do add everybody. I disabled that, but like stuff like that, there's like workarounds that always pop up. And then every now and then, it'll happen like as I'm asleep, and one of my friends will get messaged by somebody on the server about it, and they'll just go in and just ban the person and let me know like, hey, you know, something happened on your server, I took care of it. And I'll be like, oh, thank you. So I have them like as admins purely because of that. I do like 99.99% of the moderation on my server. Just, you know, I check it every day. If people post new messages, I'll read it, respond like most of the time. Sometimes if I'm like really busy and I read a message that like is really not important, I will just kind of look it over, or I'll trust if it's a super simple answer, like, you know, where do I find the leveling guide, which is literally in the pins. 99% of the time, if I just wait like an hour or two, somebody else, like a random person, is going to just like respond to that person and say, it's in the pinned messages or whatever, and then I don't need to do anything. If it's a question directly at me, or like an interesting question about like, you know, routing or something that only I can answer because like I know that stuff, then usually I will make an effort to respond unless I am, I don't know, like in the middle of raid or something. But, I don't remember what I was doing. I still need to spend the rest of my talent points, but oh well. Did that. All that to say, Discord moderation is one of those things where, like, I don't like to do it. I have such a weird feeling about it, because it's one of those things, like I said, I don't want to have to give a shit. I want my Discord to just be like a place where it's kind of free form. People show up, they talk about leveling stuff, right? But it's kind of one of those things where I've been forced to add rules over time, just because, like, you need a rule to tell somebody not to do the thing that you personally consider obvious. And it's like, I always thought this thing was just common sense to people. Apparently not. So I have to, like, write that there. And then every now and then somebody will do something that I don't like, and I will have to politely explain to them why I don't think that's okay. And sometimes they are not okay with that. I don't know. It is what it is. Especially, you know, my Discord, when I first started doing, you know, videos and stuff, was what, like 100 or so people. It was a lot simpler back then. I don't have a gigantic Discord by any means, but it's now like 2,500 people, which not all of them are active, but enough are active that, considering I do all of the moderation myself during busy times, like when a lot of people are discussing like new expansion leveling, it can become a lot. And it's not something that I necessarily enjoy, but I do it because, like, hey, if this is the place where people want to discuss this thing, all right, sure, yeah, that's cool, I guess. But I do need to set my foot down somewhere. All of that to say, now that we've gotten all of that out of the way, one thing that I have been pretty clear on not being interested in is earthen flying leveling. Nothing against it personally, in terms of, like, I don't hate that it exists. It's just not something I find fun, and therefore it's not something that I am very interested in personally, like routing or figuring out. And I know a few people were already really busy looking into ways to route that. So my mindset was like, cool, you know, if people are interested in doing that stuff, they can. So I never necessarily wanted to discuss earthen leveling, and I made it clear that it was not something that I would personally be trying to look into, but I had this, like, general kind of mindset, which I communicated because a bunch of people asked me early on, that, like, hey, feel free to discuss it, right? If you really want to talk about it here, by all means. I'm just not really going to participate in that. And there's probably better places to discuss this, right? And I happen to know for a fact there are better places to discuss it. There are communities that I know a lot about that are very active in terms of optimizing earthen flying leveling. And I was aware that they existed. Some of my friends at the time messaged me about that and let me know, like, hey, by the way, these people are doing this thing. I'm like, cool, yeah, good for them. I'm glad that they are looking to optimize this, but I will not be, like, joining that discussion. Just kind of, like, happy for you guys. And then I did, whatchamacallit, I did an earthen speedrun a little while ago, and it was not an earthen flying speedrun. I literally just did my regular route, but as an earthen, just because I wanted to see how does earthen fit into the route? Like, how much time, if you're not doing, like, any going out of your way to explore stuff, just how much time does it save? Literally just for my own personal curiosity in my format, how much time does it save? And I made it clear at the start that that's what I was doing, that that's, you know, what I was approaching it with. I said, you know, I basically gave the same disclaimer that I just gave again. Like, you know, hey, if you enjoy the whole exploration leveling thing, that's great, good for you. Nothing against that, just not going to be doing it here, and I'm not going to be doing it in the future. And the thing is, like, I know it might seem stupid that I have to say that, but if you go into the comments of that video, there's, like, multiple people who say, like, please reconsider, please, I would love to see you do, like, earthen stuff. And it's like, dude, I know, like, just because people enjoy my leveling stuff in one context, which, like, I'm glad, I'm just not going to be interested in literally everything. I'm human, right? I can't I can't force myself to find literally every single aspect of this game enjoyable. And obviously there is some overlap, it is leveling related, but the things that I enjoy about optimizing this particular format of, you know, quest leveling, I guess, doesn't really apply to earthen leveling. It's just not the same, and it doesn't interest me. And, like, that should be okay. But the reason why I feel the need to give that disclaimer so many times is because there are people who will leave comments basically begging me to do this stuff and cover it, and please, I really want to see your take on this. And it's like, my take isn't going to be interesting. I can't force myself to be interested and make compelling videos about a topic that I don't care about. And I always find that mindset weird, right? Because, like, I think it kind of goes to the idea almost, we're going full circle here. It goes to the idea of, like, the whole influencer thing, right? Like it or not, I guess I am an influencer in some senses. And I want to just be able to make videos on the shit that I find interesting. And if people find that interesting too, cool. But a lot of people view my channel as like, this is the channel that I watch for leveling. Therefore, if there is a leveling related topic, I want to see this guy's take on it. But the reality is, if somebody is not interested in a subject, then their coverage of it will not be interesting. Like, I don't, people, how do I word this? If I am not engaged in the idea behind earthen speedrunning, so you wouldn't want to watch me cover that. Because if you watched me cover earthen leveling, I'd just be bored. I'd be so bored half the time, and that would show. And anybody who, like, really understands you know, that and isn't, like, familiar with my channel would probably be like, why the hell is this guy making videos on this? He clearly doesn't find it fun. Like, he should probably just not do this. You know, if he really finds it this, you know, unenjoyable, why is he covering it? But some people don't get that, and some people think that I should just make a video on it anyway. So the entire reason that I go on, like, mini rants like that and give disclaimers to say, like, hey, just so you know, I don't find this interesting, I'm not going to cover it, it's directed at those people. It's directed at the people who really like my videos and really want to see me cover earthen leveling, and I'm just trying to, like, politely let them know, sorry, it's not happening. Like, this just isn't something I find entertaining, and it's not something that's going to be covered in my videos. Like, don't get your hopes up, basically. But some people interpret that a different way and read into it in a way that is unfortunately not so charitable to me. And they will view it as, and I'm quoting roughly off memory some of the things that I have directly read people saying about me. They think that I am elitist, that I view my way of leveling as superior to others. Somebody called it, I think that my way of leveling is more pure. Like, what the fuck does that mean? I've never said that I think my quest route is purer than earthen flying. Like, who gives a fuck? That's not my opinion. Really sucks having words put in your mouth, because I've never fucking said that. That's not my take at all. I'm just gonna do this now because I don't think this will ding me, but just in case. Yeah, pretty sure it'll be just below 49. Perfect. My Hearthstone's up. Okay, we're gonna make a little detour here. I'm just gonna stop myself because I need to do this correctly. Yeah, fuck it. It's not close enough. I need to... I was gonna try to get the Darkman Fair buff now, but I honestly want to wait a little bit longer. Because I want to maximize my time with both the Darkman Fair buff and with the Draft of 10 lands. This just means Draft of 10 lands will fall off a little bit earlier, which, I mean, it's fine if that's how it lines up. That's just how it goes. But yeah, so a lot of people basically took my disclaimers about that subject and made some extremely unfair assumptions about, like, my thoughts on it, which has just never been the case, and viewed it as, like, an attack on their way of leveling. And, like, you know, oh, well, clearly Harldan, like, hates the fact that we're doing this, so this gives us the right to, like, harass him in his own Discord. So a bunch of them joined my Discord and, like, put some pretty aggressive shit. It wasn't, like, blatantly as per you know, my rules. Like, they technically self-promoted their own Discord for discussion. It wasn't like direct self-promotion. But what they did do is they linked me their Discord. So I checked it out. And in that Discord, while none of the stuff that they posted in my own personal Discord was really that far across the line, in their Discord, the moment that my Earthen video was brought up, there were countless pretty bad personal attacks against me directly. And, like, okay, so, like, how am I supposed to handle that, right? The people that I see posting these messages that are... The most charitable way that I can describe it is passive-aggressive messages in my Discord, basically promoting their own thing and kind of criticizing me for my opinion on, like, Earthen leveling, right? Are posting their stuff here. And in the community that they are linking in my Discord, I can literally see them saying really, really, really mean shit about me. Pretty much all the stuff that I've described, right? And, like, you know, I'm sorry, but like, I don't have to just be okay with that, right? I don't have to sit here and say, well, technically speaking, you didn't cross any lines that I outlined in my Discord rule set. Like, no, you're a fucking asshole. I can see what you're typing about me in the other Discord. I don't give a shit if you didn't technically say anything mean in my Discord. I'm not fucking blind. I can see the shit you're typing, brother. So, like, so I deleted their shit and I banned them from my Discord because I don't want those people there. They clearly fucking hate me. I don't know why they think that it's okay to, I clearly hate this person, so I'm going to post strategic, passive-aggressive messages that don't cross the line to try and, like, make him look bad in his own Discord. Like, no, fuck you, get out of here. But then, of course, the narrative becomes... I kind of joked about this in my last run when I talked about this a little bit. I didn't go into as much detail. But the narrative then became, Harldan is trying to silence discussion on Earthen speedrunning. He's trying to prevent people from knowing it exists. Like, bitch, what? There's so many posts on Reddit, on YouTube, everywhere about the fact that Earthen speed leveling exists. I am one dude. I am not the fucking KGB, right? I'm not gonna be able to go out there and suppress discussion of, you know, Earthen speed leveling and, you know, silence free speech. It's like, it's my Discord. My one general rule is don't be an asshole. And generally speaking, that rule is aimed at other people, right? Like, don't be an asshole to each other in my Discord. But, like, I'm also a human, you know? So I have feelings too. If people are being an asshole to me, I feel it's probably well within my right in my own personal Discord to, like, not keep those people there. Like, I don't know, seems pretty reasonable. And what I've gathered, and this I won't go into a ton of detail on. This I'll say the same thing I did in the last stream when I mentioned this, is Silphus speedrun. If you know, you know. But there is some drama from earlier this year where I did think that somebody was doing something pretty shitty and had been doing something pretty shitty for a while. And I made a video. I made, like, a fun video. It wasn't like... I don't want to say it's like a call-out video, because it was like... It was a fun speedrun where within that context of that speedrun, I basically called out a shitty thing that somebody else was doing. Kind of a way of basically being like, hey, I think that this needs to be talked about, but I'm not going to do one of those, like, we need to talk videos where the thumbnail is like the person staring at the camera really intensely. Like, you know, fuck that shit. So I figured, what's an interesting way to get people to listen to a topic that I think is important and is long overdue without making them, you know, have to sit through a drama video? Well, what if I just did a really cool, fun speedrun, and then while doing that speedrun, did voiceover narration. I actually used a face cam for that one too, basically discussing the thing that I had a problem with, and you know, outlining the history with what led to me actually making the decision to make that speedrun, make that video, etc. And overall, that video didn't even perform really that well. It was it wasn't like a bad video, but it was like a very, very, very average performance. And it actually took like a while to do. It was one of those rare things where it even required help from one of my friends. My friend Art actually helped me do it on the PTR. Like I said, for most normal speedruns, I don't do that, but obviously this one was like a little bit special. So, you know, I needed not just my friend's help, but I also had my alt accounts on the PTR doing like, you know, fancy stuff to, you know, make the run more fun. The entire thing was meant to be like, you know, a fun little spectacle that a few people had asked me before if I was going to try. It was like, you know, a goofy format type thing, and I used it as an opportunity to talk about that stuff. Now, I thought everything that I said was reasonable. I still stand by everything I said in that video, but some people who were obviously mentioned as doing shitty stuff were upset that they got called out on it, because, yeah, it's all fun and games until somebody calls you out. And, you know, what can I say? They obviously lied about specifics in their responses and stuff. But I basically, I called them out and I washed my hands of it. I didn't continue to, like, pursue that drama. I'm not trying to, like, you know, milk views out of some feud. One of the main people in question kept trying to, like, get me onto a Discord call. They kept being like, let's set up a Discord call where we could, like, debate our differences. And I'm like, there's nothing to debate, dude. You did something shitty. I called you out for doing something shitty. You know you did something shitty. Just fucking admit it or don't. I'm not going to sit here and humor your like, I don't know what to call it, like, freak out or whatever. I think I want that, and then communion with the wind. Wow, I've missed a lot of talent points, huh? Sure, Invoker's Delight, because then I can get Swin's Battle Gear afterwards. But yeah, anyways, I didn't want to humor any of that stuff. They kept trying to drag it out, very clearly trying to, like, you know, bait me into drama and stuff. I let it drop, and I said no. But I know for a fact that they have been kind of sitting on that, and all of that to say, one of the other things that I realized when I joined that Discord is it is run by those people. So it did not really surprise me that, you know, oh, they're saying all of these things about me. Oh, yeah, it's because they're still mad about getting called out, you know, like, earlier this year. It feels like so long ago, but it technically was, like, 11 months ago, I think, at this point. Not a full year, but close to it. But yeah, it's been a hot minute. This is, yeah, I can quit my level 50 stuff now. So effectively, all of that is what got me to make the decision to just basically be like, no, actually, I don't need to just sit here and tolerate this. I know exactly why these people are, you know, spewing shit about me in this other Discord, and I know exactly why they're now trying to send people into my personal Discord to try and attack me in a passive-aggressive way. I am not going to sit here and just let this shit happen. And again, well, I think most people who messaged me about it, because some people were confused, right? Some people saw the initial messages and then it got deleted. Why did these messages get deleted? I don't understand, because they obviously, the messages themselves, right, didn't cross the line. They seemed like reasonable messages about, like, you know, you said XYZ thing about earthen speed leveling, but you're wrong about this thing, and you know, it's actually blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, sure, valid points, right? But they don't know the context of all the other stuff of, like, you know, joining the Discord and seeing all that other shit, and it being related to the, you know, supposedly unrelated drama from a while ago. But most people who actually took the time to, like, message me and ask, like, hey, what happened here? And I kind of gave them the walkthrough, people who I, like, knew had, like, some of the backstory there. And they were like, okay, yeah, totally understandable, right? So I don't think anybody was really upset about it. Most people viewed that as a pretty understandable thing to do. But there was one person in particular, I don't know if they'll watch this. Maybe they will. If you do, you probably know who you are, and I just want to be clear, I'm not mad at you. Not mad. Even though, and I want to make that clear, because technically I have spent an hour or more ranting about this particular topic, so not mad at you about this, especially because I know that person I have spoken to since, and we, like, cleared the air on that particular subject. But one person who I thought was, like, a little bit more aware on the subject made a comment basically indicating that they didn't really understand the full scope of it. And they were the one who said, nothing bad, nothing like directly like, you know, mean or aggressive to me, but they said the comment that I mentioned at this point an hour ago, which brings me all the way back to why I got on this rant in the first place, of Harldan's runs are not aimed at new players, or Harldan's route is not aimed at new players. And Harldan designs his route assuming that you have thousands of gold spent. And that pissed me off, because that's not a random hate comment. That is not, you know, somebody saying something because they dislike me. That is somebody who I know has been active in my streams and videos and stuff for a long time, has watched a lot of my runs, I'm pretty sure, and I would have thought thoroughly understood the goal of both my speedruns and my like leveling guides, and the fact that they are not one and the same, right? And that I clearly design my guides with a more new player friendly aim, I guess. Trying to think of the right word here. And it's not meant to be like, you know, speedrunner only type deal. So seeing that particular comment come from that particular person is what kind of sent me into, I don't want to necessarily say like a spiral, but it like gnawed at me, because I'm like, that person should know better. Am I really not communicating this well enough in all of my guides and stuff? Like, is this really something that is not evident to people who watch a lot of my runs? I can understand one random person watching like 5 minutes of my video not getting it and just leaving a, you know, an angry comment about like, this doesn't work for new players. Like that I fully expect to see a lot of. But this person, I'm like, they should know better. And, you know, it's easy enough to just be like, this person's an idiot, they don't know what they're talking about. But at a certain point, you need to stop and be like, okay, am I the problem here? Have I done a poor job communicating the intent of my route to new players? Are there really that many people who have watched my run and walked away with it with the mindset of, I can't do this because I don't have shit tons of gold to spend? Because then, obviously, that would be bad. I don't want them to get the wrong opinion on that. So, all of that to say, because I want to make sure that there are no miscommunications about the intent behind my route, from now on, any really fast time attempts like this one, basically any run that I live stream, if it's just a chill run that I'm just doing to basically test a different spec, like maybe I want to play Affliction Warlock, I'll probably do an Affliction Warlock at some point within the next week or two. Probably after I hit 60 in Classic, because I really want to make sure I get that out of the way so I'm ready for my Guild's Molten Core. But once I'm done with that, I'll probably do an Aff Warlock stream. And for stuff like that and all future runs, I'm going to do probably the 5k gold budget. I think that's like a nice number. This is enough to get like very basic items. And I didn't even spend the entire 5k. I spent like, I think 3.5, and a lot of it wasn't even super helpful. And most of it was spent on like a few Darkmoon Fair quest items, which aren't even really that important. But the end time was like for 10 to 70, or no, that was actually a 1 to 70 run. It was a 1 to 70 run, and it was like 3 hours, 40 minutes or something, which really not bad at all, considering this is going to be probably, with all of those fancy modifiers, I didn't have drafted 10 lands, so that's like 10% less experience. With all of that fancy stuff, and I did Exile's Reach, which was rather slow in that particular run, it's probably going to be about like a little over an hour slower than this one. And considering I spent like nothing and had less experience going into it, and it was an Alliance run, which Alliance runs are just slower than Horde in terms of the routing. I don't know an exact number how much slower they are, but they are slower. That's really not that bad of a difference, because I've seen some people saying like my route is twice as slow if you don't use all the fancy stuff, which is just patently untrue. And I have had people test it for years. I've tested it myself for years, but this kind of made me realize that maybe I need to remind people more often. And maybe if I want people to not get the wrong idea, I need to regularly do runs like that, and any like world record attempt, where obviously for these runs, I'm not going to change what I'm doing. The idea is to get the fastest time possible. I'm going to get the fastest time possible. Like that's just how it goes. But for any of my demonstration or test runs and stuff, I'm not going to like basically cut it in the middle. It's all or nothing. I either do all the stuff to show the fastest possible time, or I use basically nothing. Stuff that I would assume any new player could get. Or any, like, you know, new-ish player. Like, not brand new first ever character run. But, come on, Urel. I think I missed the checkpoint. Yeah, Urel's really weird. I have done this quest a million times. Yeah, I still have no idea how Urel works on this quest. I've seen her activate in that hallway over there. I've seen her activate up top. Sometimes she activates here. I genuinely have no idea what the checkpoint to activate Urel is. And I've done this quest like a bajillion times. I've had times where Urel like clips into the wall and activates in the wall, and then she gets stuck and I have to like reset the quest. I have seen that quest behave so many different ways. It's really annoying because I don't know how to optimize it. If I don't know how to make it consistent, there's no way to optimize it. I would say 9 times out of 10, it's at least comparable enough that I don't really lose any time with it. But the fact that it can sometimes bug out and Urel clips into a wall, that kind of sucks whenever that happens. Happens very rarely, but... But I guess that was kind of my entire point, and I'm more just saying that to communicate why I'm making that change, and then an overcomplicated explanation for why I'm making that, but I kind of did want to rant about that. I already gave, like, a mini rant about that, but... Like, it's still kind of on my mind, because it does worry me, right? And it worries me just in general, not just the specifics of, like, oh, do people think my route isn't friendly for new players? It worries me because whenever there's something that I think that I have done a good job of communicating, and that is something that I genuinely believed up until this point that I've done a very good job of communicating, it kind of shakes my entire worldview. Because if I tie, like, part of my... it's gonna sound weird, but, like, part of my self-worth as a person with my ability to, like, clearly explain and communicate ideas, and then something even as simple as this directly contradicts that, it then makes me question everything. And it's like, am I communicating myself properly to my friends about other shit, right? Did it, I thought my friend understood this one thing that I said to them, but maybe I'm not being clear enough. And maybe they, think I'm mad at them or something. I don't know. Then I start second guessing everything. So again, I want to be clear because I know that person does watch my videos. The person who said the thing in the other Discord, which I know I've talked to you and I know you feel bad about it. I am not mad at you. But it doesn't change the fact that it did basically make me think way too much about, like, all this other shit. And, like, I can't change that, so I'm going to rant about it. But... I know it's probably stupid, and I generally do overthink a lot of stuff. And I try not to do that, but it's... I overthink constantly. And there's, like, a million other things. That's kind of the other issue, like, the whole friends thing, right? There are a bunch of other things right now that I am constantly, like, thinking about way too much and, like, worried about whether I communicated something properly. And I was already worrying about that, and now I still am, and... It just kind of that flashes in my mind whenever I'm like, it's like, oh no, totally, I communicated myself well, but then I think about this and I'm like, But I have direct evidence that I'm not always as clear about communication as I think I am. And then it just, yeah. I'm basically constantly arguing with myself in my head. And trying to convince myself that, it's not healthy. I know. But I basically am constantly trying to convince myself that I am, like, a shitty person, if that makes sense. And debating that. And usually the side that tells me that I am a shitty person wins. Which I know is not good, but unfortunately that's how it goes. Have I still not gotten the World Breaker schematics? Ugh. Yeah, it's fine because I need to kill these mobs anyway. So I'm gonna... That didn't do as much damage as I thought it would. Sometimes those bombs that you see on the ground will, like, one-tap them. Okay, yeah, World Breaker schematics. We got this guy. In one level, I can use all my fancy dragonflight stuff. So I'll drag that over there. We'll turn in this quest. Kerplow! And then, yeah, Khadgar's bugged and takes forever to activate. Gives me time to sort through this stuff. Yeah. For a while, I thought I was going crazy, but now I've consistently seen that, for whatever reason, they broke Khadgar. I don't know. That specific quest, he just takes forever to activate. But at least now I no longer freak out when I don't see any quest, and I'm like, did I miss something? I'm just like, eh, Khadgar's bugged again. Okay. I'm gonna, like, take a moment to decompress and not, like, constantly rant, because I just talked a lot about a subject that stresses me out for, like, an hour, and I still have other, like, rambles and stuff that I'm sure I will have things to talk about throughout this particular run, but right now, I'm just gonna kind of vibe and do the quest. And talk about Classic. That's a non-stressful thing. So, basically, right now, I'm gonna be honest, I'd rather be playing Classic. I also need to keep checking for buffs on my Dream Search thing. So I've been playing Classic Fresh a lot. And right now, my I've been playing a Feral Druid. I'll probably stream it as I get closer to 60. I haven't streamed it a lot recently, partially because I've been kind of exhausted, and I also any day now. That's kind of a topic that I skimmed over a little bit earlier. I said that there were like two main things that stress me out about this run. The first thing that stresses me out about this run is the Dream Surge buffs, which, as I said, I'm on my second character in Onaran Plains monitoring them, and it looks like I probably won't get them. And that's something I can't control. I have no idea what Dream Surge buff is going to appear at hour 2.5 of the run. Like, I have just zero control over that. It is what it is. And ideally, right as I hit, like, level 70 or so, the Dream Surge buffs would line up in such a way that I could do my crafting immediately, because the Draft of 10 lands, and in this case, the Darkmoon Fair buff will still be running, so I would get the maximum bonus by having the Dream Search thing with all of that other stuff. When I'm doing a 70 to 80 run, I can start the run with all of that and guarantee that I have the right RNG, which is one of the main advantages of that. I can't do that in this run. I have no idea what it's going to be 2.5 hours down the line. So I know that the buffs that will happen in this case at, you know, my time, 3:30, I know that they are not going to be the ones that I need. But as for... I need to be careful about not clicking off any important buffs. Gonna get my food buff here. I gotta get this at some point, so I'll just let it roll. I guess it's gonna take a while to load into this thing. And right now, the buffs are not the experience ones that I need, and there is a chance that in 18 minutes, the buffs will appear, and one of them will be the experience buff. And if one of them's the XP buff, that would actually be pretty good, because that would mean that probably at the very end of my run, I can do crafting stuff in War Within. If that is not the case, in fact, actually, while I'm at it, professions... I'm not going to use either of these for War Within, so I can drop these. This is a good place to spend talent points. Sure. Can just randomly vendor shit that I don't need. 14. Yeah, this is old stuff. This is stuff that I can equip.
I do not need eyes to see it. They are noble of heart. They saved our kin, including your brother. Very well, strangers.
What else am I missing? I think I got everything. I'm gonna put this on my bars now, just because I'll need it later. I can put it in place of draft of 10 lands. That's it for now. And yeah. So if that happens, right, if I get lucky and the buff appears next, well, it wouldn't be lucky, but that would be like secondary lucky. It would be like backup. You know, it's not the super duper lucky setup, but it's okay. It's workable. Just the cooldown, because we want to get the martial instincts. Probably should have taken that first. It doesn't really matter. They're both comparable.
You're entrusting a goblin to be your foreman? Gazlo here
Orgrimmar, the impenetrable fortress. Wasn't it recently sacked? Dude, I really hope we get WoD Classic. I will die on that hill. WoD Classic would bang. WoD may have been a poorly received expansion when it started, and it wasn't a good expansion. But as far as Classic goes, I will die on the hill that it would be good for Classic. Because the only people who are playing like Cataclassic are the people who like raiding and like more challenging content of that time period. It's people like me who enjoy raiding and just want more of it, and want to raid in like the raids that they didn't get to do because I was 11 when Cataclysm came out, right? Those are the people who play these versions of Classic. The other people, they've already gone back to Classic Fresh, right? And anybody who would like Cataclysm Classic would love WoD Classic, because it's just the same thing but better. The other content, like, you know, all of the world exploration, the casual content, like, yeah, it was bad. That's why WoD was not well received. But that's not why people are playing Cataclysm Classic. WoD had challenge modes, which fucking banged. WoD had, you know, really good raids. Those banged. Class design banged. Like, everything good about Classic these days, WoD had in spades. I will fucking die on that hill, dude. I really, really, really hope Blizzard does it. It would be an accelerated schedule, of course, but it would work really well. And I would love it. A lot of my friends who no longer play retail WoW have actually said they might consider coming back for WoD Classic. There are actual people out there who don't like Classic, who don't like retail, and WoD would be their ideal version of the game. These are real people, I swear. You gotta believe me. It is genuinely a fun era of WoW to a lot of people, myself included. And I think a lot of people who maybe didn't fully get to experience that, because, like, the thing about challenge modes existed in this very weird environment where dungeon content was not really considered serious. Like, nobody really took the idea of, like, difficult dungeons seriously because there hadn't been anything up until that point. I guess you had it in MoP, right? But challenge modes in general, both in MoP and WoD, I don't think a ton of people played. MoP, I don't love a lot of the MoP dungeons, and I tried MoP challenge modes and I never really got into it, but WoD had a lot of really good dungeons, especially for the time. I think a lot of people don't like some of the WoD dungeons because Blizzard brought them back for Mythic Plus, and then, like, didn't really, like, they didn't age well relative to all of the other Mythic Plus dungeons when they're in the same season. And a lot of them were, like, too easy, but it's like, yeah, when Blizzard puts, like, a billion mechanics into the new dungeons, which I would argue that the mechanics in WoD content is like just right. I hate the mechanic bloat in a lot of modern Mythic Plus dungeons. I think it's just fucking annoying. And I think WoD hit that sweet spot where it just let your classes focus on just being overpowered. Because, like, yeah, challenge modes were never about the thing that Mythic Pluses are about now, where eventually stuff just starts one-shotting you. Challenge modes were speedruns, effectively. It was how optimized can you make this dungeon run? So challenge modes were mostly just about you do the same dungeon that you've done a million times, except this time you pull literally everything, CC chain it, and blow it to smithereens. And you know what? That's kind of fun. And it still wasn't like a pushover, right? Because pulling off a lot of those CC chains and a lot of the tricks that you would do to save a lot of time weren't necessarily completely free. It wasn't just like, yeah, you just press 2 buttons and like the dungeon falls over. No, there was stuff that you had to do to get that to work properly. And when you pulled it off, it felt really rewarding, and it helped that classes in WoD felt amazing to play. Anyways, I got really sidetracked. What was I saying? Yeah, RNG. So we have 10 minutes to find out whether or not I'm going to get the good crafting RNG. If I don't, then I should only be here for another 15 or so minutes. So I'm going to have Dark and Fair buff and Draft of 10 lands rolling. So I'm just going to get my crafting done, like, ASAP. I'm also going to head to Dragonflight and do the crafting shortly. Though, what I'm going to do is do the intro quests here. And that way I'll have a backup. So Duratan's going to spawn. What's going to happen is I'm going to get up to the Beastwatch camp, where I get a Hearthstone. Because I know that right now I could not go and do Dragonflight crafting and get to 70. I would be probably like a level or 2 short. I don't know what the perfect cutoff point is. I don't want to overshoot it because Dragonflight crafting is really good. But undershooting it would be worse because then I would just have to go back. But if there is, if I am going to undershoot it, I want to make sure that it would be effectively a minimal impact on the run. So I would want to make sure that I have my Hearthstone already set to like a location where I'm ready to go for leveling stuff. Just pop back in and we're good to go. I also forgot my heirlooms, my new set. That would be these bad boys. Yeah, perfect. I hyped up Frozen Devotion so much and I haven't been actually using it. And the thing you'll notice is because I save crafting until right now, I'm not actually gonna end up using it for very long, but it is pretty good. Wonder, did it proc it all there? Glacial Fury did some. I don't think Frozen Devotion actually procced. Yeah, it didn't. Cancel that too early. But yeah, so if I don't have the RNG that I want, then I'm just gonna go immediately after starting War Within and do all the crafting stuff. That way, at least I get the 2 10% bonuses from the other shit, right? I forgot to loot this mob. See, that's what I'm talking about, right? The time I lost by not looting. I got into the habit of not looting mobs. And there you have it. A visual demonstration of why that's no bueno. And then skip the cutscene. Oh, it's after I turn in the quest, right? Yeah, so like 66.5 I think might be enough. And worst case, well, I overshot that treat. Grab 2 treasures just in case. Why am I... Jesus. It's you. We talked to Duratan, set our Hearthstone. That'll get us to 66. Yeah, if anything, I'll be like barely under, which it's fine. Ready to make my choice. The Gladiator Ring. Can't skip that one. Alright, set my Hearthstone. Then we're going to Zenmed, or Zenpilg. I'm actually curious. What was my Volpera run? 2 hours, 45 minutes was my Volpera 10 to 70. So I think I'm actually, I'm 99% sure I am on track to beat my Volpera time with this run. I can't remember how much bonus experience I had in that run. I think I might have 10% more. But I still also had like 30 minutes of additional leveling at the start, so, you know. The fact that it's even beating it at all is kind of wild. Right, I shouldn't have actually unlearned blacksmithing yet. Ah, oh well. Minor mistake. I should have unlearned tailoring, not blacksmithing, because blacksmithing I still need. And professions, drop this here. Go to Dragon Isles, first craft bonus. And then because I vendored my tools... Okay, I lose like 30 seconds here. Just get a blacksmith hammer. My Tiger's List is on that mob. Alright, we're fine. Yeah, I think I'll be slightly under, like a level or two. That's fine. This honestly loses barely any time. Maybe like 30 seconds in total. It would lose more time if I had to do extra quests and ended up missing out on the really good experience from this. Okay. Forget how many I'll need to do. We'll just watch the experience. That moved it. That moved it. I want to say it's like 2 more. One more, maybe? Let's see, until it doesn't move it at all. Okay, that didn't move it at all. Right, yeah, we got it. Okay, so now I know... What did I start this at? 66? I think 67 is probably the sweet spot of when I want to start this. But that's fine. One of the reasons that I think this is a good spot is because I'm going to get a big surge of experience. Because we're going to go over here. Gonna do this quest. Yeah, that just gives you the breadcrumb. And we're gonna do Affliction Ridge, which is obviously big source of experience. This is guaranteed to get me there. Just clear that out. Because I don't need a good Affliction Ridge, because literally this is the last thing we're doing. I got nothing off those. Nothing off those. It's not ideal. Only bot Night Bloom. Alright, that's not good. So far, a little bit subpar. We have 15 seconds, though, so... And one more. That's Grondling Scale. Okay, I only got 2. That is... Ah, I got 2 on my last run as well. But in both cases, I don't think it really matters. I also just realized, because I used the crafting file, it overrode my Glacial Fury. Which is kind of funny. Didn't have Glacial Fury for that, which, I mean, it would have helped a little. Would have made me kill things marginally faster. Be careful, don't pull anything. So now what I can do is this. That's just enough. Okay, I didn't even need this other shit. Does this give me any normal experience? Not enough to really care. Alright. Alright. Yeah, 2 hours, 41 minutes for 1 to 70. Pretty good. Considering that's basically its own category, that's definitely the fastest I've done that. And that was even faster than my non-earthen run. By the way, if you notice all my 70 to 80 runs, I start the run right here. If you're ever wondering why I picked this very arbitrary position to start my runs for 70 to 80, now you know. Because when you exit Chromie Time, that's where it takes you. So I haven't actually gotten a comment about that. I usually give a brief explanation about that, so I think a lot of the people who maybe are really wondering have it answered there. But for maybe some people who weren't sure what I was talking about when I gave that explanation, the reason why I start 70 to 80 runs there is because I want to simulate... I want to effectively simulate what it would be like if you were just exiting Chromie Time and entering a 70 to 80 process, and that's where you would start the run. Right there. So now you know. Whew. Now, I don't know if sub 4 hours in total is doable. That's going to be tricky. Because I'm not going to have the big XP buff, probably, for the crafting. I'm also not going to have the Darkmoon Fair buff. Unlucky. Just is what it is. That's how it goes. Because I know that basically just over an hour is possible. I've done it before. But... that was with all the other stuff. So it's gonna be really tight.
What is your command?
And in 1 minute, I'll be able to find out all of this stuff. I can do the introduction to enchanting stuff right now, though, because that you do in Dornegal regardless. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, drop enchanting over here. I'm going to do... I'm blanking. I'm blanking on exactly what I do for this. I think I just do Gleaming Shatter. I do the first one usually, because I need a certain amount of knowledge points, but it doesn't really matter. I don't know. If I miss one first craft with the modifier, it's not a big deal. But I do Gleaming Shatter all the way up to 25. Or 23. Or 20. No, 22. 22. 22. We're getting there. It's a bit RNG, right? Because obviously it's a yellow recipe. Every single one can give me a skill point. You know, I sit here and drink coffee. I'm getting very unlucky. Holy shit, I'm getting extremely unlucky. Yellow recipes are supposed to give you skill faster than that. And green recipes, this could take time. But I'm low rolling like hell right now. Almost there. There we go. 22. Took a while. Rin Bismuth Rod.
Communication initiated. The Titans will return. Be ready.
I have enough Storm Dust, right? So that normally doesn't ask for Storm Dust. I'm fairly certain I have, like, way more Storm Dust than I need. And that's one of the reasons why I always do that. Okay. I talk to you. Talk to you. Enchanter Satchel. Talk to you. Get this. Which bag did it go into? There we go. And Mona Truth. It is not the buff I need. The odds were very low of it being the thing that I actually needed. Where's my Hearthstone? I'm going to set my Hearthstone to Dornagal. I can't actually use it, and that's fine. Because I can just Zen Med. From here, it's faster to fly to Org. Unless I fucking hit a chair, there's like nothing! How do I aim right at the chair? I'm so dumb! Okay, I'm dumb. Where am I going? Dragon Isles. Ah. Oh, I've also forgot to switch to the speed file. Alright. Not my finest moment. Not my finest moment, indeed. Craft speed file. Also never equipped my enchanting stuff, which is... Because one of those is the one that I made, like, default. Now, it's ideal, by the way, to start with this regardless. So it would have been kind of iffy if I hadn't, yeah, there we go. I don't want that. Okay. Specializations. Unlock. Okay. I got a comment on one of these speedruns from somebody who must think I'm actually stupid, and they said, just so you know, profession tabs have a create button that lets you craft only one instead of a create all button, so you don't have to move every time you press create all. And it's like, yeah, I know that. I'm not that dumb. The reason that I press the create all button is because if you look at my screen, the pop-ups for new recipes is covering the create button. Now, I could fix my UI to make that not happen just for the purpose of the speedrun if I really wanted to, but it's something that only affects me in this particular context, so I don't really care that much. Especially when I can just press the create all button and, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm missing 1 or 2 recipes, so I'm just going to do that. Alright. Then we're going to Zen Med. I forgot to buy the illusory adornment, but it doesn't matter because I always have enough materials for the rest. So I'm like, I think I got to like 73.5 or so in my fastest 70 to 80 run, but that was with the 30% buff, and I did my Darkman Fair quest items after reaching level 70, so I had that going for me. But now I can equip my level 71 crafted stuff. And I am still a little ways away from the other things. I also finished my first mug of coffee, so I'm on to my backup mug of coffee. I have nobody else here. It's just me today. Well, this entire week. I'm watching the dogs and stuff, so I can't, like, you know, ask one of my family members, like, hey, can you bring me coffee? Because I'm in the middle of a speed run. Can't do that. So it's just, It's just up to me. So I planned ahead. Lag, because we're zoning. Planned ahead, and I made 2 mugs of coffee. And they're in these, like, nice little heat-sealed mugs. Effectively, what's happening right now, by the way, is I'm on a loading screen. That's how Blizzard does their seamless stuff. So, the zone unloaded, because it's been 3 hours. I always fly through the zones at the start, but, you know. It's taking a really long time to load, though. Holy shit. There we go. I can also throw that there. Might as well. I'm going to close my other instance of WoW. And I believe that's everything for now. And then all of the other items I get at level 74, which normally I get, like, almost all the way there just by, should actually spend my talents. I hate how that flashbangs you. I hate that so much. I fucking hate it. I hate the double jump. And then Celestial Conduit, and then I go down the middle. Am I missing any abilities? I might be. Actually not. Okay. Yeah, because of my heirlooms, my character's power is going to be really low at the moment. I also need to switch. That's another thing I need to do. Crap, where am I? This thing. Kind of scattered a little bit at the moment. I need to go, though, because I have my XP things ticking down. So this is kind of the most important part, unfortunately. Oh, come on. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm gonna take that off my bars. Take that off my bars, put Elgari healing potions here. Yeah, man, I feel so weak right now. Normally that single shadowboxing treads would have one-shot the mob, but instead it just did nothing. The scaling in this expansion is honestly so bad. That is one really big problem. At lower levels, because of how poorly the item level is scaled, I genuinely don't know how they never fix this. But your character's power is just so wonky in War Within. Like, the expansion starts off at 408 item level, and by level 74, it's at 506 or something. It goes 100 item levels in 4 levels. That is insane for power scaling, and it just means that you're going to constantly feel weak the first 4-ish levels of the expansion. For absolutely no reason. There's no reason why they had to do that. It's just a very baffling design decision that serves no purpose other than making the player feel weak. There we go. Alright, well that shit's done with, thankfully. Still... Okay, now I'm not stuck in combat. And while I wait on some of this roleplay, I can try and sort through my bags. Because I have my, like, weapon stones, which I can put here because I don't need Darkman top hats. I have my augment runes, which I can put here. I'm trying to... I'm not talking a lot because I am trying to focus because some of this is... I'm not, like, as muscle memory through this. You might also notice my throat is starting to feel kind of sore. I can very slightly tell that it's affecting my voice. At least I can feel it, and I think it's affecting my voice a little bit. I've talked a lot, and I'm just feeling very tired. I'm not, like... I might be coming down with a cold or something. I'm not sure, because I felt, like... not sick per se, but, like, sick adjacent, for lack of a better term. Where I just don't feel super great, but I don't have, like, any symptoms of a cold. That makes sense. So maybe doing this isn't the best idea, but it's like, what can I do, right? The timing just worked out in that way of... I have to do that right now. We find the profession trainers. I always forget exactly where it is, right? Vehicles still fuck up the base UI for some reason. This bug has never been fixed. Alright.
I'm not about to leave the Isle of Dorn unexplored. I have a reputation to uphold.
And then let's get in here.
I have calibrated my prices to you. You address the Council Ward of Dornapur.
Then it seems long past time we stood united. We need to...
Alright. Now we're gonna go out to the what's it called? Little crossroads thing. For science, I am not going to pick up the... Actually, it wouldn't be conclusive. Somebody has told me that the bug where the quest doesn't appear inside the delve has been fixed, but because I'm on the PTR, it is always possible that because this is an older build, they didn't update the old PTR, which there's a good chance they haven't, and it's only on live servers. I do need to double check that. I meant to, and then I just forgot. I haven't had time. Urtago. That's... yeah, it's a Morning Rise. Okay, that quest I need. Yo! Touch of Death is a lovely ability for mobs like that. And let's see, I can turn this quest in before my Draft of 10 Lands expires, so we at least get some use out of that. What's this for? Durga's Cabin. I can't remember if I ever head there. Maybe I do. Oh no, that's one of the side quest hubs I don't do. I don't remember that breadcrumb though. Huh. Funny. What else am I missing? Potion of the Reborn Cheetah. Holy shit. What did most of the damage there? Yeah, that's just Celestial Conduit popping the fuck off. It's a shame that Shadowpan is, like, so good for monks at max level, because I really love Celestial Conduit. And for leveling, it is just better. Because you have no control over Shadowpan, it has a chance to just be wasted damage. And for the purposes of leveling, having, like, a controlled burst that I can use in that exact type of situation is really good. Especially because half the time, I'm going to do that and then fly around for a bit. And then by the time that the cooldown's up... one thing that I've done, let's set it to tier 2. One thing that I have done actually since the last speedrun, the 70 to 80 run on the PTR, is I did a handful of delves to unlock the good relics on Bran. And I also finished the quest that lets me teleport to the Ringing Deeps. So the last really fast 10 to 70 or 70 to 80 speedrun I did, I wasn't able to use that like lever down to Ringing Deeps, which I don't know if that's what cost me the sub 1 hour. It did lose me a little bit of time, but either way, I ensured that that would never happen again in one of these runs. Because even though I did it on live servers, that apparently was not unlocked on the PTR. So that was a little bit unfortunate. And also my brand didn't have a lot of the relics that I want. I didn't unlock every single one, but I at least unlocked Porcelain Arrowhead Idol and Streamlined Relic, which are the ones that I would use for leveling. And they're only rank 1, but I am not about to go farm tier 8 delves on the PTR just for the sake of getting epic stuff. That would be a little bit insane. I also... accidentally fucked up my bars. I took Chi Burst off. Not that it would matter, Chi Burst wasn't active there, but I just noticed that it wasn't. There we go. Now it's active, and this is a perfect situation for Chi Burst, because that guy's going to pull anyways, so I could do that. Okay, my Celestial Conduit canceled. I'm 99% sure I did not hit that early, and there's a lot of bugs right now that cancel channels before you mean to. There's like random effects that will just eat your channel, and I'm pretty sure that just happened to me because I did not press that twice. Oh well, it happens. Good time to use this stuff. Use this for now. I can't switch to my next weapon. That's the thing. Not having a good weapon is... it's going to suck for a little bit. I will, of course, be able to get better stuff shortly. And I really need to clear out my bags after this. I can also at least enchant my pants right now. You know, that line has always bothered me. This must be how they captured the others. The Nerubians, there's 2 Nerubians on a bridge, walking at you, saying something like, this must be how they captured the others. It's such a weird line to, like, nitpick on, but it bothers me because it shows, like, the just lack of thought that the Blizzard developers put into, I guess Blizzard writers in this case, put into, like, half the dialogue in this game. Because what is that supposed to even mean? What is that guy saying? That the way that the miners got captured is by 2 Nerubians slowly walking at them? Or is the implication that every single guy that got captured walked across that one bridge, and they were all so stupid that they walked across the bridge, got ambushed by 2 Nerubians, and went, oh, nowhere to run, guess I'm gonna get captured now, and that was their entire thought process? Like, what does he mean? This is how they capture the others. It, like, is the general concept of an ambush, like, the thing that surprises him? Of, oh, I'm surprised that they caught them by form of an ambush as opposed to, I don't know, like, asking the Earthen to be captured? What else would you call it when, you know, a group of people are taken by surprise and held prisoner? I just, again, it's a stupid thing to nitpick on, but also it's just a really stupid line. Why? I just feel like a lot of times they feel like having dialogue for the sake of having dialogue. Like, we need to have this guy say something when the mob spawn, but then also couldn't you just have him go like, ah, an ambush, like, oh no, we're under assault, or something like that, and then, like, sure, you know, okay, he's surprised. But the need to have, like, this is how they capture the others is what is the world building narrative choice behind him saying that line? Because the only thing that I can get from that is that, wow, this Earthen is really fucking stupid. Does he just not understand the concept of an ambush? What the hell is his problem? I don't know. It just hurts me trying to think about it. Well, I did get, I can put that on there for now. And I just desperately need to clear out my bags. Obviously, the crafting filled it with a ton of garbage. Can do that. Can do that. Yeah. Anything that boosts my item level temporarily for the next, like, 5 minutes, sure. Just click, 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 click. Yeah. And then I won't need to think about it for the rest of the run. Just dump all this stuff. Anything I can. I don't know what's sellable, what's not. But we're going to get most of it, probably. Okay, probably good enough. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Right, this quest... This quest... Shit, I'm in the wrong spot again. I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a blank. I talked to this guy. Over the pottery. And... I need to abandon any old quests that I have because they're cluttering my bags. This is one of the problems with doing these back-to-back. There's so much clutter left over from the previous run that just makes it annoying. I don't know where this mob is. Forsworn Cut On. I guess it's in this building? Yeah. Okay, yeah. And now I'm doing these quests, and I have... Yes. Okay. The problem is I still have a bunch of random shit that is blocking my ability to see all of the campaign quests that I'm on. Luckily, I, at this point, remember the rest of them, so I'm pretty sure that I can just go off memory and be fine. But it's tough. That's Draconic one. Yeah, they never updated the icon. It's still Veiled Augment Rune icon, which makes it really annoying trying to see. This is one of those quests where you need to loot. So there are still some modern expansion quests where looting mobs is required. Yeah, that's Fungarian chunks. Now we have Glittering Ore. I'm gonna Rop so that he doesn't get close to me. And I can... Should be enough, and then there's one more Glittering Ore directly outside the mines. Which I'm gonna go into anyway. How's my Hearthstone? My Hearthstone is up. Now, I forgot to set my Hearthstone to the town over here, but that's actually kind of fine. Because I need to go back to Dornegal to pick up a quest that I forgot in the last run that is actually a prereq. Because the weird thing about breadcrumb quests is some breadcrumb quests are prerequisites, which means you need to pick them up if you want to actually start the quest hub. Some breadcrumb quests just send you to the zone, but whether you actually need it to start the quests is not, like, really important. You can just head there without it, and it'll still give you the starting quest. One of the quests that I thought was just a breadcrumb was actually also a prereq. And I need to make sure that this time around I grab that because I'm going to need that experience. Okay, we got Medina's belongings. We got Medina. And now we're going to Hearth. Let's see. I am tentatively going to speculate that this does not hit sub 4 hours. I think I'm going to be slightly over. I don't think I can do the rest in the required time. I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to turn in these quests while I'm here, because there's no real great place to do it. And I should have stopped and grabbed this guy's quest while I was at it. And now we head back over. Hard to say. This actually might be marginally faster than I'm actually going to do the Opal Crag while I'm here, because I like this quest hub, and this way I can justify doing both at the same time. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I can pick this stuff up. Why is it not damaging any of those mobs? Game? Oh, this game is so buggy sometimes. Now, this quest I remember being a little bit annoying because there are 2 variants that you need to kill, and one of them is way less frequent than the other. I'm also noticing I am, like, so close to the next level when I can equip my gear, and it's going to feel a lot better when I can finally equip stuff, because then my power level is going to spike. You also get considerably stronger when you get your capstone talent, which I think I also get next level. So that's going to be really, really, really big. Then it's just a question of whether I can route this properly. The other thing that I didn't talk about a ton earlier is there is... Do I turn in the quests here? No. Because they're fucking... The tracking is broken. So I need one more web spinner, that's the one. Finding the web spinners is annoying. There we go. And I need one more of these. Okay. We're gonna hit 74, we're gonna get our bonuses. That'll be actually insanely impactful. And I can talk to you. And rare use case for Goblin Glider. I can't do that, actually, because I need to equip gear while I'm running. Where's the 74 stuff? It's further down. Okay, 74... So, in many cases, that should be a colossal power spike. Because I just went from... Most of that was heirloom gear. And now it basically shot up like 150 item levels. So my overall power should be significantly higher. Especially my weapon. Though I did get a very minor weapon upgrade earlier, so that should help out. But it also doesn't have Authority of the Depths, which the enchants matters a little. Yeah, you can just see, like, I'm deleting things now. It is absolutely night and day compared to before. Okay, so the mobs have a chance to drop opals, but otherwise I don't need to loot them, but I probably still should. Because if there's a chance that I don't need to interact with an object, that's fine. Okay. Alright, that's... all that taken care of. Now the next one, this one I have to talk to Earthen, so I have to hold Alt before I interact with them, because Leatrix Plus is a setting that will cause me to auto-interact. I always need to remind myself. Oh no, because there's multiple options, so it doesn't work. So I have to actually click one of these. Alright. And then I kill the Name the Rubian guy. It's out of range, apparently. Oh, hello, kitty. My cat has decided he wants to come say hi. He probably wants food. Even though we have like an auto food dispenser that goes off at 5 in the morning. It is currently 4 in the morning. So he will automatically get food in 1 hour. Not that he knows that. He just wants food. Yes, I know. You just want food right now. Right now. Why can't I have it right now? Okay, yes, kid.
I speak for the unbound.
There we go. This one.
This poultice can mend even our stone bodies.
I used my...
Your help is appreciated.
Where's the other one? I'm missing one. This guy.
I need Findorn and Tregor brought to the pool.
Shit. I guess at level 75, I get the new...
Good. Now for Ebona.
The new buff. Where the fuck is Ebona? Am I blind? Oh, I have to... That's the one I click on. Right. Yes, I know you're starving. Oh my goodness.
Perhaps the healers there can help.
How could I be so cruel?
Thank you. Unbound, welcome.
He's probably not picking up on the mic because
One of the rams.
he's like at my feet,
No storm rook, but it's faster than going on foot.
but it's probably hard to hear, and I have relatively good noise suppression. If my noise suppression blocks out my dogs barking, it's
I'll bring the unbound to the
probably going to do a relatively good job at blocking out my cat meowing at my feet. Shit. There we go.
tell me what drives.
Okay.
Need something to do.
Okay, that's the end of that quest. Now... I really need to abandon some stuff so that my actual quests show up correctly. Oh my god, Cat, you are ridiculous! You are ridiculous!
Welcome, Outlander.
Why is the... oh my god, I really need the one... Where's Gorgron's Proof of Strength? There we go. Okay. Now it's tracking properly, thank you. Yeah, my memory is not good enough to remember the exact locations of every single guy that I have to interact with here. Okay, so... how do I approach this? If you're unfamiliar with my routes for War Within leveling, delves are heavily incorporated, but not all delves are created equal. Some delves are relatively slow, some delves are really fast, and which ones are fast or slow heavily depends on what day it is. So if you have a... yeah. If you have a really good delve variant, some of them can be really fast. There are other delves where if they have a bad variant, they go from being like the best delve in the game to really, really, really crappy. And the thing is, they're all random. Every single delve's variant is random every day. There were some things early on where apparently, I forget exactly how it worked, but for the first like month or so of War Within, there was some deterministic stuff with how delve variants worked. And then at one point they changed it for some reason. I don't know why. And ever since, the way that it works is just every single delve independently has a random variant every single day. So you can potentially get all of the best delves at the same time. You could also potentially get all of the worst delves at the same time. And it also can roll the same thing back to back. The way that it used to work, the same delve would never appear twice in a row. That is no longer the case now because it is completely random. You could have the same delve variant appear every single day for like 5 days in a row. And if it's the worst one, that could really suck, especially considering the way that these speedruns work, right? I only have 1 week during Darkman Fair to actually get a run put together. So, what are you doing? What? Why are you like this, cat? Sorry, the furry terrorist is distracting me. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you being a menace?
The doorway must be protected.
Yeah, I gotta kill the named Murlocs now. And unspent talent points, we get our capstone, and we get, this. So basically, the way that works is every single day during Darkman Fair Week, which is obviously when I'm going to do my speedruns, I have to check the active delves and see, is it good? And it could be that, like, one of the delves has its best variant, but all the other delves have really shit variants, so I'm just like, okay, well, it's not really a good day. But the really nerve-wracking thing is it's almost like the, what's it called? Like the Monte Carlo thing, where I have to, like, you know, pick door A or door B, because obviously the moment that like the day ends, I lose my options. So let's say there's 5 really good delves, at least 5 delves that can be really good if they get the best variant, where like if those 5 delves have their best possible variants, they are like head and shoulders above the rest. There's also some delves that are good no matter what variant they have. Really, that's just Skittering Breach. Skittering Breach is always good. All 3 variants are like very comparable, and they're all pretty good. So you're never really upset about Skittering Breach. It's relatively straightforward. I don't even bother checking it because I don't care which one it has. And there's other weird ones where, like, in the case of Dread Pit is kind of a strange example where, technically speaking, if you're like leveling up one of your alts for fun, and I made a delve variant tier list, by the way, it's an hour long, I went into excruciating detail on this subject, but if you are leveling up one of your alts and you want to do delves, Dread Pit is always worth doing, no matter what is active that day. And I'm assuming that nobody's going to literally wait until the perfect delves roll around to level one of their alts. That's like a thing that I do for speedruns. But the thing about Dread Pit, right, is while Dread Pit, technically speaking, all of the variants are good, Dread Pit has what is easily the single best delve variant in the entire game, in Smashing Skardin. Smashing Skardin is really, 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 really good. So, while the other variants of Dread Pit are good, it's not like Skittering Breach, where all of them are honestly just so comparable that like it does not matter. In the case of Skittering Breach, you don't care. In the case of Dread Pit, it kind of does matter for a speedrun. Like, the worst variant of Dread Pit is going to be faster than, for instance, the best variant of Mycomancer Cavern. Just because Dread Pit overall is that good, and Mycomancer Cavern overall is that bad. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about. However, the best variant of Dread Pit is still notably better, like significantly better, than the worst variant of Dread Pit. It's like a multiple minute time save. It's really, really, really good. So for a speedrun, that matters. And it's kind of similar to Waterworks, where the worst version of Waterworks is still worth running because it's about comparable with like the best version of Mycomancer Cavern, which you don't really want to run Mycomancer Cavern. But the worst version of Waterworks is still fine, but it's... The other two are like kind of at the same Skittering Breach deal. It's Waterworks can be Stomping Some Sense, Trust Issues, or Lost Miners. And both Lost Miners and Stomping Some Sense are like about the same. Honestly, I don't even notice the difference. They're like pretty much the exact same time. And then Trust Issues is pretty slow. It's like multiple minutes slower than both of the others. So Waterworks is at least a bit easier because 2 out of 3 of the options are about the same. And then you have examples like Takrathon Abyss, where Takrathon Abyss, the pheromone one, is really, really good, on par with like Waterworks and close to smashing Scarden in terms of how good it is. And then the other two for Takrathon are not great. They're not bad. They're like the both of the other variants, the non-pheromones ones for Takrathon, are like on par with the worst version of Dreadpit. That is to say, they are still always worth doing, kind of, but they are not like super ideal. So then for a speedrun, getting every single one of them to be the correct one out of 3, or in the case of like Waterworks, the correct 2 out of 3, every single day. Another great example is Fungal Folly. This one that I'm doing in Fungal Folly is the only one that I would consider to be worth doing. All of the other variants on Fungal Folly are really slow. This one is, it's not amazing, but it's like good. I think it was the lowest, the bottom of A tier is where I put it on my Delve variant tier list. It's like just good enough to be worth running, especially because Isle of Dorn is a zone that you're already going to be in, so you're right next to Fungal Folly. There's no travel time. So that fact, combined with the fact that this variant is like relatively fast and has a lot of mobs that you're killing, so that's like extra experience, ends up making it pretty good. But the other variants of Fungal Folly, I would not do them. I literally would just skip the stealth. So it puts it in a little bit of a weird position, where there's some other 70 to 80 runs where I did not run this delve. There's other 70 to 80 runs where I did Takrathon, and the entire reason that I say this boss is really hard to do, because he can actually kill you. But we're just gonna... Yeah, because I get the extra Todd. I want to make sure... Am I out of combat? Can I leave the delve? Can't do that right now. No. I'm stuck in combat with something, so... But I can still use the copter, so... That put me out of combat. Where am I? Right here. What was I saying? Yeah, so, great example is... yesterday, I didn't have Smashing Scarden. It wasn't one of the ones that I could have done. And the other Delve variants, like Takrathon, had pheromones. And like I said, the pheromone one is the better one for Takrathon. But I had the worst version of both Waterworks and Dreadpit. So I'm like, it's a very difficult choice, because it wasn't bad RNG. I had like okay delves in most of them. I had Rain's Gambit for Sinkhole, which is kind of a similar case to Dreadpit, or to Fungal Folly, where Rain's Gambit is really good and the other two options are really bad. So that's the only situation in which you actually run Sinkhole. So I had some good ones, but the best possible delves didn't have their best variants. And I kind of made a judgment call where I'm like, I could do the run now, but I'm going to be effectively locking in my choice. Like, I'm picking door number A and I'm sticking with door number A. Like, is this the door that I want, right? And I don't know what I'm going to get tomorrow, or at least today, right? So yesterday when I decided not to do the run, I'm taking a gamble. I'm like, I could get really shit delves, because it could still be the same bad ones in Waterworks and Dreadpit. And it, whatchamacallit, now the other ones that were like at least kind of good could even be worse. You don't know. And that is like a level of anxiety that like, oh my god, I've never had to deal with that for speedruns. Especially because there's no way to control it. There's no way to know whether it's going to roll it. The one nice thing is you're locked in when you start the run. So the moment I actually begin the speedrun itself, I already know what delve variants I have. So I don't need to worry about that during the run. But in the week before the run, like I've been nervous all week about doing this, because like I didn't really get great delve RNG throughout most of the week, and I still haven't gotten like perfect delve RNG. Like it hasn't been amazing. It could have been a heck of a lot better. And it's at least like today it was good enough where honestly, if I logged on today and checked delves and all of them were complete crap, I might have just not done this run at all. I probably would have just been like, there's absolutely no way this ends up being like a fast enough time to even be worth recording. But there absolutely is, like, I think if I had done this with the Darkmoon Fair buff and I had gotten slightly better Delve RNG, is there a case where this run could have been sub 4 hours? Maybe. Maybe. I guess, technically speaking, it still could be, but I'm going to be real. The writing is on the wall for me. You guys might not be able to see it already, but I can. So I'm not going to try and get my hopes up or whatever. It's still, don't get me wrong, this is still a very good run. I'm quite happy with this. Sub 4 hours, for the record, was like, for a first attempt, this is kind of what I think it could possibly go to. If it's really optimized and I have, like, all of my experience bonuses. I honestly didn't think I would even get this close. So I remember I was telling one of my friends when I realized the whole thing about, like, the anniversary isn't working on the PTR, and I remember telling her, like, you know, it's not that big of a deal, because, like, this is technically my first run of this, so there's no, like, preconceived time goal. Because a lot of my other runs, like, for instance, I mentioned a few times to people, like, on my Discord that I was probably going to do more just 70 to 80 attempts during this overlap. But basically, the moment I realized that the anniversary was, like, not working on the PTR, because, like, my last run was done on the PTR, it had, like, all that fancy stuff. I'm just like, the odds of me being able to get that, it would require a literal perfect Delve RNG, and then I would need to play literally perfect throughout the run. And the perfect Delve RNG has not happened, so a situation for me to potentially outperform my last run has not occurred, and I'm missing anniversary experience. So it would be effectively impossible for me to actually beat my current 70 to 80 time because of this bug. So I didn't even attempt it, right? I'm not going to sink hours into a run that ends up actually being worse than my last one, when I don't think there is a reasonable chance. Like, even if I thought it was difficult, but I thought, you know, there is like a 5% chance that I can beat the time, I would have taken it. But I'm looking at, like, everything here, and I'm just thinking to myself, there is literally zero chance that I beat my existing time. Especially with the Delve RNG that I've gotten. Like, this Delve RNG, like I said, not bad, but certainly not perfect. And considering my last 70 to 80 run had I would say it's comparable to this, but slightly better, this definitely wouldn't be enough to beat it, especially with the missing experience. So it's just unfortunate. But because of that, I just decided not to go for it, because, like, I've already done multiple 70 to 80 runs at this point. And the way I see it is, if I'm not going to actually beat my existing time or stand a reasonable chance, I'd rather just play Classic. Really. One of the officers in my guild messaged me. Sorry, in a speedrun right now. Almost done. We'll get back after. But yeah, I figure the nice thing about this run is I can do the full thing, demonstrate it, and, like, even if I don't have the perfect RNG, right, I can still get a really good time that I'm very happy with. And then, who knows? Maybe next anniversary we come back to this and see if we can improve it. And then probably be, the other thing is Blizzard almost always adds things, like, in the middle of expansions that gives, like, an experience boost, like Dream Surges, for instance. So a lot of times I kind of do my speedruns. This is what I did in Dragonflight and Shadowlands. I do my speedruns in kind of bursts, where I'll do a bunch, obviously, early on in the expansion, and then I'll wait for something new to come out. So, like, Dragonflight, I did a bunch at launch. I waited for something to come out that ended up being Dream Searches. Then I did a bunch more. In the case of Dragonflight, Dream Searches fucking sucked. They are an RNG nightmare, and I really hope that whatever Blizzard adds for War Within is not that. Because the thing about Dream Surges is they are still haunting me to this day. I still have to worry about Dream Surge RNG for War Within crafting because of that stupid buff. So imagine having to do that the entire time throughout a run just to get your experience bonus. You needed not just, like, the buff to appear once, you needed absolutely perfect RNG for a theoretical like, good run. So the only way that I managed to improve my time for Dragonflight runs is I had to start the run and then hope, like, midway through, I got another buff to appear. And it finally happened, and I managed to get a non-anniversary sub 2-hour run, which, that was my goal. I just wanted to get under 2 hours without the anniversary buff for 60 to 70 in Dragonflight. I got that, and then I never did another Dragonflight run for, like, the last 7 months of the expansion, because fuck that. But I will say, overall, War Within leveling I enjoy way more than Dragonflight. Already. The zones just feel better to level through. Personal preference, just my opinion. And delves being a part of the routing, I actually quite like. I enjoy that. I think delves are a really cool way to, like, spice up the leveling process. And I actually think the way that Blizzard did it, rare, you're not going to hear this often. I'm going to compliment Blizzard. I like the way that Blizzard implemented delve leveling. Because I really would have hated it if they just made it so, like, you get a massive experience modifier while in delves. And if that was the case, then you would probably just spam Smashing Skardan nonstop. And there are people who have done that, who have leveled only spamming Smashing Skardan, and it's actually not bad. You can get decent times with it, but there's, I think, no debate at this point with the times that I've gotten that my route of doing, like, one-time delves is just notably faster. It obviously is a little bit more involved. Something that, like, some of my friends who've tried that have said is, like, I can just spam Smashing Skardan with, like, my brain off, and I don't need to think about the routing or anything, which, like, yeah, that's fair, I guess. I've done the War Within route for me enough times, at least, that more of it is second nature than not. And the other thing for me is I also like the intricate routing. It helps that I'm the one designing it, right? I think that it's a little bit different. Complicated stuff can be cool if you're the one thinking of it, but if you're just trying to blindly follow a route that, like, you didn't come up with, it can be a little bit confusing. Like, oh my goodness, that mining node almost murdered me. Those explosives are, like, at this level, probably close to one shot. What was I gonna say? Can I get away from this one? I probably can, just Goblin Glider. And I have to get down here anyway. I can do this, and then Zen Flight. Yeah, I kind of like these quests. The one reason I'm doing this is I know that these quests, this is also why my route is a little bit weird, and I think for most players this won't really matter, but it's a little bit tricky for me to, like, optimize. Because, like, it technically doesn't matter what you do. For the average player, the time difference between, like, doing delves right now and doing these quests is going to be so negligible that it's just not even really worth thinking about. But obviously for me, I'm trying to consider which one is faster. And that is a really tough call to make. Why is this not working? Because it really depends. I know, basically, I'll describe my plan for delves. Yeah, I should have. I lose a little bit of time changing my talents, but that's actually significantly better. I just clicked the wrong thing. My plan for delves is I did those two. Both Waterworks and Dread Pit are active. Smashing Skardan is the active one in Dread Pit. So I specifically was really hoping that that one at least would be active, because Smashing Skardan, like I said, notably better than the other stuff. There's like the thing where you can combine them. I'll make sure I'm not wasting this. Right, yeah, I gotta... This quest is very strange. And then there's also the world quest overlapping it, which is fun. But yeah, so I got Smashing Scarden. That's awesome. I got where's this one again? Yeah, I have to kill this honey. And this is a Todd moment. Ah, fuck it. Okay. Then I'll turn this stuff in. I don't think I want to do the follow-ups here. I like those because they're really fast. Oh no, yeah, I do the Mountain Giant one, and then the one after is like you have to go down to the beach and there's more roleplay, and that's where I don't like going. Let me refresh my buffs. I can also eat this food. Which works out well. I canceled it 1 second too early. I'm stupid. You know what? Out of spite. Out of spite. I'm going to eat my food. I'm going to sit here and think about what I've done. Why did I move? It's literally 0.5 seconds left. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Okay, there is... Oh my god, I am being a clown right now. I hit a fucking tree. I'm going to do Rambleshire, because Rambleshire is very good, and that is the last set of quests that I'm going to do. Oh, Rambleshire, oh, Rambleshire. Where are the quests? There's... I always forget where the starting... Yeah, I knew it was a rock. I couldn't remember which rock he's sitting on. And then, yeah, there's guys in here. And this is really nice because there's a bunch of, like, what is effectively wanted quests. Drop Transcendence there. And then I turn into Rambleshire over here. This is the breadcrumb I was talking about that actually is a prereq. You need to get the breadcrumb, or it won't let you continue. Which is weird. Not all breadcrumbs are like that. Fucking love Conduit of the Celestials. That fucks so hard. Okay, Predators and Lodestone. Something over here. Right, I gotta... Do I just need one? Yes, but then there's something else I gotta do. I think I need to charge sheep. Yes. I should have done that first. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, because I know I have Smashing Scarden and I have Waterworks, and Skittering Breach is always an option, I'm basically banking on just doing those 3 delves. There are potentially more delves that I could do. Obviously, I've already done Earthcrawl Mines. What the hell? It didn't let me interact with that one. What the heck is happening? I'm walking up to it to interact, and it's just auto-starting an attack. Like, look at this. Okay, I don't know why it's so weird. And then I can just drop in on these mobs. Alright, while I'm out here... There's some named mobs I can kill. Up here. Alright, that guy's dead. Fucking love Conduit of the Celestials. Just press one button and whatever you're fighting dies. Easy peasy. Alright. I could fly, but because I'm already so close, I'm just going to conserve my vigor. Get totted. Alright, that's all those quests done. Now I just turn the shit in. Where is the turn in? Are all of these back in the town? Yes.
I follow the edicts.
Oh, fuck, I always forget the right ranger.
Returning to town.
Oh, I always forget which one is right.
Speak freely. No directive.
I can't remember. I think it might be you actually need to question 3 of them at random. Because usually I remember stuff like that, but I distinctly remember there was one time where I thought I knew which one it was, and then I checked, and I remember being like, how the hell is it not the thing? I was so sure it was. So I think it might just be random, because that time, I'm pretty sure that I did not interact with those 3 rangers in that particular order in the past, and it worked. Because it says interrogate 3 ranchers optional, which implies that you can get it right on your first try. But I think the quest might be lying to you, and it's not optional, and the objective is literally just get 3 rangers, and then it gives you the thing. I'm pretty sure this is where I stop Rambleshire. Yeah, because then this quest is really annoying, and there's only one of it. The best thing about Rambleshire is that, like, big turn-in, where there's a million quests in the same area, and especially the fact that there's basically 3 wanted quests to just kill 1 mob, and it gives big experience. That's always really good. And now we're 77.5, so the idea behind what I'm going to do here is going to be a loading screen, because Isle of Dorn is a different instance than the Underground Kazalgar. But the way that I'm normally going to do this, yeah, I have my Hearthstone perfect. So the last time I did this, I didn't. So you can see Stomping Some Sense. This is one of the good ones. It's taking a while to load. This one, I think I prefer to the Lost Miners. You can also pick up the quest directly in there, because you can just pull whatever you want, and you just stomp it. So it doesn't really matter where I go. Also, healing potions, very nice to have, because delves will fuck you up. It looks like I do need to stomp one of these at least. But that's fine. Yeah, that opens the door. So you have to stomp one of the things to continue. I don't think any of the other doorways are locked. I could be wrong in that. There we go. Yeah, and you can see I'm already at 41 out of 50 lost gears. One of the nice things about doing this on a druid, I guess as a rogue too, but rogues, is with stealth, once you get all the gears you need, you can just kind of bypass all combat. It's like, there's no point. I could just do this. Totem. I'm gonna get gears here. Yeah, I didn't get a lot. That's fine. Because I can't really stealth past... The other thing is, normally, if I was on my druid, I could skip a lot of these, like, little guys. Where it's, like, inefficient to fight only one of them at the same time. And let's stomp this so I can refresh my totem. And now we've gotten everything that we need. So now if I thread the needle... I think I pulled one of them. Oh well. That's kind of fine. Because I can also just CC you and keep running. And all that matters is that I kill the final boss here. This is why this is such a good variant. Because it doesn't matter... Oh, my fucking thing expired. None of the other stuff matters. I have Karma up, so I just take that to the dome. And it turns into damage from me. I have 2 health boosts going. And get taunted, bitch! Alright, that's it. I need to kill these mobs so that I can continue. I might need to actually finish the delve, though. Oh, I get the bonus taunt. Can I leave delve? I think I might... Yeah, I'll have to take this thing. Because I CC'd that one mob back there. That's fine, though. I'm actually just going to walk out the exit. Takes you really close. Oh! Please don't bug me out. Sometimes delves get really buggy when you try to leave them the old-fashioned way. One of the many reasons I like to just click my character portrait and leave delve. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, no chance that we get sub 4. It just was way too tight. I don't even really think I could have played better to get it. I definitely could have made less mistakes. Like, I lost a minute here, 30 seconds there. You know, you could have always played absolutely perfectly. No run is going to be literally perfect. The closest I think I ever got to a literally perfect run, which I think I called it that, is my Cultiran Druid run back in Dragonflight. Obviously, I've since beaten that time with, like, new updates, but for its time, that run was insane. I made almost no mistakes. I'm pretty sure I did call it the perfect 10 to 70 speedrun. Because I made, like, virtually no mistakes. I got close to perfect RNG. It was kind of crazy. I had some really wild stuff happen where I, like, queued up for dungeons and ended up in a dungeon on the final boss and just got, like, immediate end of dungeon experience, which was just fucking insane for that to happen. That does not happen. Alright, that was called Dread Pit. So the reason Smashing Skarden is so nuts, and I almost fucked it up, is this thing. So Smashing Skarden, you get experience for every single one of these mobs you kill. They give, like, full mob kill XP, except you can stun them, so they don't actually do anything, and there's a ton of them. You get an insane amount of mob kill XP, and the delve is just fast. It's just very easy to complete. Especially with Windwalker Monk, just being able to mow down gigantic clumps of those enemies. Really, really, really nice. So that's 78. Yeah, I'm not in combat with those. Gotta be careful. I almost rolled off a cliff there. Notably, I think this run, relatively speaking, will be faster than my Cultiran Druid run, because my Cultiran Druid run was 10 to 70, which is effectively, it's not the exact same thing I'm doing here, but it was Chromie Time plus the current expansion. This run is even crazier. It's level 1 to 10 plus Chromie Time plus the current expansion, which those runs, like I said, I do not complete very many of those. So for this format, I think the Cultiran run, considering it was only 10 to 70, which 10 to 70 in Dragonflight is the equivalent of 10 to 80 right now, because obviously the previous expansion gets bundled into Chromie Time whenever a new expansion releases. So that run was like 4 hours, 20-something minutes, and this will almost certainly be lower than that. And it has 1 to 10 tagged on. Chromie Time has gotten marginally faster thanks to dragon riding, but the big thing is that War Within leveling is like about twice as fast as Dragonflight, comparatively speaking. So it's just leveling in general is much faster in War Within than it was in Dragonflight, and definitely faster than in Shadowlands. I'm curious how that trend's going to go, because like it's something that I've been curious about. We haven't gotten to the point where we're at like... It is really fast, but I guess we're not at like Mop Remix levels of speed yet in the main game. It's a little bit weird how that goes. Boom. Alright, then we can just leave Delve. I'm not stuck in combat with anything. But yeah, I am curious how long it'll take us to get to that point. Like, will this trend continue of, in Midnight, for instance, Chromie Time gets even faster than it already is, and Midnight leveling gets even faster than War Within? We'll have to see. War Within is, like, really fast, though. I don't know how you turn... Unless there's, like... I mean, War Within could always add, like, something like a Dream Surge and make it even faster, but the fact that we're close to getting the current expansion 10 levels under 1 hour, the Dragonflight was never even close to that. I think even like the super duper Nakud offensive boosters or whatever, the Brackenhide Hollow Nakud dudes, I don't even know if they got under 1 hour for 60 to 70. I'm not sure. Maybe. All right. Trying to think what I want to do, because I'm not going to get enough.
These are earthen resources. We need you to mount a defense.
I'm going to try something. I'm going to do Micromancer Cavern, which I said earlier is not good. I have a sneaking suspicion about Micromancer Cavern that I may have underrated it slightly. I'm not 100% sure, and this isn't, in my opinion, the best variant of Micromancer Cavern, so it's not the best to use as an evaluation. But I do suspect that it may be better than I think it is. This one especially, this is maybe the worst Micromancer Cavern variation. Because it's a lot of collecting and a lot of underwater stuff, but there is something that I'm curious about. So I started it around 3 hours, 59 minutes. I'm basically trying to, for my personal calculations, figure out how long it is. Because I'm going to need to do more delves than I thought, because I'm noticing I'm not getting as much experience as I thought, which, got to adjust for that. And behind thanks to all of that other stuff. There are a lot of mobs that I can kill here, but they're not, like, required to loot these items, so it's a little bit weird. Also, the degree to which you can actually utilize the spores kind of varies depending on the spawns. Yeah, anything that requires you to interact with the objects is always a little bit iffy. Didn't want it to interrupt my cast. Okay. If only I had saved Flying Serpent Kick, I could have kicked across the water. It's whatever. Alright. Honestly, I feel so much less stressed now that I've passed the 4-hour mark. Because it's one of those things where, like, I already knew. I said from the start, this is not going sub 4 hours. The math just wasn't mathing. I think I said it, like, super early. But there is still that kind of sense of, like, am I am I wrong? Could it be possible? You don't want to give up on it until you know for sure. So, like, in the back of my head, I'm still playing as if it is maybe possible. But once it passes that timer, like, there is no threshold that I know I'm not going to hit, if that makes sense. Okay, I almost got blown the fuck up. And my stress is back. Oh, that's a lot of fall damage. This is one of the fucking annoying things about Micromancer Cavern. I feel like I'm also doing this much faster than I normally do because I am trying to optimize it. It's really hard to say whether or not this is fast. Clicking on objects just makes it feel so much slower. But, like, it's also, the reason why this is so hard to evaluate is, like, I'm getting significantly less mob kill XP than Smashing Skardan, for instance. So it might end up being roughly comparable in time to Smashing Skardan. But does that make it as good as Smashing Skardan? Not even close, because you're getting notably less experience. And then the mob spawns here. I mean, it's not terrible. Definitely the one where you get high is probably the worst. I don't remember if I put this one above or below the one where you get high, but, like, now that I'm doing it and I'm realizing, it's not that bad, the one where you get high is definitely worse. Alright, yeah, that was about 4 minutes. Give or take. Which, yeah, like, the fastest delves are about 2.5 to 3 minutes. 4 minutes is not bad, but I didn't get that much mob kill XP. I completely forgot to check for the thing that I meant to check for. I'm going to go back in here just because I'm testing this for a purpose. I'm not going to complete it a second time. But I'm going to double check to make sure the thing that I meant to be looking for and then completely forgot to look for, is it here? So that was another reason why I thought this might be worth considering. No, you know what? It's not. Fuck. Ah! I know why it's not. I can leave Delve. I don't know why I'm running to the exit. So, basically, I'll summarize what I'm thinking. At a higher renown level for Hall of Fall Arathi, there's quest items that pop up here that basically give you a full quest worth of experience. You do need to travel to the farm to turn it in. What just occurred to me, and this is why this was a dumb idea in the first place, my renown doesn't carry over. I don't even have access to those quests. So I shouldn't have done that test on PTR. It just didn't cross my mind that those are locked behind higher renown until I realized, hey, I didn't notice them. And usually I'm good at spotting them, so I kind of, like, had to double back. I'm like, why did they not show up? And then now I'm like, oh, duh, they didn't show up. I don't have renown. Yeah, so that was not worth it. That's the thing, though. It's not bad. Like, any delve is fine. You could do every delve, even the ones I put in D tier on my list, and it's still gonna be fine. It's not gonna be the worst thing ever. But is it going to be as fast as the ones where it still takes around 4 minutes or more or less? And on top of that, like here, this one is like 0450 is where I started it. Let's see how long it takes me. I do think that, I put that Micromancer Cavern one in D tier. It probably deserves to at least go up to C tier. It wasn't good, especially because of the lack of any, you know, consistent mob kill XP. But I don't think that was as bad as I remembered it being at the time. I remember exactly where I put it. Tiger's lusted one of my clones. But see, this entire delve is just murder shit. See, this is why this is, like, I think I put it high A tier. It's not quite as good as Smashing Skardan, But any delve where the entire time sink is just kill stuff, it's taking roughly the same amount of time, but instead of just clicking on an object, you're getting mob kill XP in addition to whatever else you're doing. That's what makes it good. Also, I think I mentioned earlier that my one of the officers in my guilds messaged me, and so I was checking to see what he messaged about. And actually, this is like a fun little story. I'm gonna play D&D tomorrow with some people from my guilds, which I've had a few people try and get me into D&D before, and it never really stuck. So, I mean, I'm curious to see if I enjoy it. I hope I will. But I know that the officer in my guild has been leading a lot of D&D games with other people in the guilds, and they all seem to really enjoy it. So, what was that? I think it was 0450, right? Is what I said. So this is like 0720. So that would be about 2.5 minutes, which, like I said, yeah, those are the faster delves. So that was 2.5 minutes, and I'm pretty sure I got more mob kill XP by doing that delve. It's not a lot, like that delve doesn't have insane mob kill XP, like again, smashing Skarden, but it's just good. Especially it's fast. In, out, kill mobs, you're done. So it gets a good rating for that. Yeah, that's 79. Unspent talents. Let's get the heal. I probably get there with 2 delves and some change, right? Takrathon is definitely the one to do, because, again, it's not the really good variant right now. But it is... Takrathon is still fine, even when it doesn't have a super good variant. I'm going to start with Skittering Breach, though. Or, what is this one? The Thread? Spiral Weave? I knew it was something with, like, webs and shit. This one's weird, because I remember, I'm pretty sure I rank this as the highest for my, in my tier list for Spiral Weave. I put all of Spiral Weave in B tier. It's another one of those delves where the difference in terms of which one you get isn't very impactful. They're all, like, fine. This one is pretty fast. And it's not, like, bad, it's just... It's not quite as fast as Smashing Skarden, you don't kill quite as many mobs, and... One of the other ones I remember not liking, the one where you have the grapple hook, is definitely the slowest. But I did the other Spiral Weave variant a few times in some of my runs. Because I was in a similar position where I didn't get, like, the absolute best possible ones that I wanted. And I ended up doing, like, a backup, and that backup ended up being Spiral Weave a lot of the time. But you still gotta click on these guys. And the other one that I did was... it was like the captured prisoners. And what I noticed is that there's so much, like, extra stuff on the sides where, with my AoE burst, I just kind of killed them all at the same rate. So I actually think there's a chance that maybe the other Spiral Weave variant is marginally better, just because if you're playing it correctly, you can AoE down way more mobs at once, even the ones that aren't required, just because it takes the same time to kill while you're doing the objective. So they're comparable times, but you walk out with a little bit more mob kill XP. Because that's something I distinctly remember from that run, is I was very surprised at how much mob kill XP I got. Like, I walked out of the delve and I had way more bars than I expected. And the only way to explain that is just the mobs were giving me a shit ton of kill XP. And I did kill a lot of mobs, more than I think I normally would have. So, I would have to test that further, but it did seem like that one was deceptively good. And maybe I deserve to rate it higher. Who knows? I'm also really curious about the 2 delves they're going to add in the Goblin patch, because I suspect that they will be max level only delves, because a lot of times the new zones aren't included in, like, leveling. Like, Zaralek Caverns and Emerald Dream, for instance, you don't actually level in them. But, who knows? They could make an exception. I might have missed a prisoner. I think I missed a prisoner. I don't know where, though. No, I didn't. Okay, I'm done. Another thing that's weird about this is the mob variants are random. So you could get, like, really easy mobs or really annoying mobs. I think this is about average. I haven't noticed anything particularly interesting. And then the casters... I think they're casters. No, they're the swipe guys. And then this dude, I'm gonna Todd. This one I think was a little slow. I'm also going to do that, and then leave Delve. That way I complete the Brand's Hat quest or whatever. Oh yeah, but on the topic of D&D, since I mentioned it, it is only a one-shot. I'm not sure of, like, the exact terminology, but from what I've gathered, one-shots are, like, faster campaigns. Like, you're not in for the long haul, basically. It's just one session type of thing. I don't really know a ton of additional details beyond that. But I did already create my character, and I think the DM, in this case, one of the officers in my guild, messaged me asking me, like, final questions about... There were, like, a few things that I wasn't super sure what I wanted to pick when we, like, sat down to build it, and then he gave me the full list, and he was like, you know, look over this later. And then I messaged him earlier in the day with, like, a list of things that I was considering. I think it was, like, backgrounds or whatever for your character. And I picked out, like, some... and basically said, you know, let me know if any of these don't make sense or whatever. And I skimmed the message and then quickly typed them in a speedrun, but he said something to the effect of, like, yeah, looks good, just let me know which one you want, because, like, the session is tomorrow in the afternoon. Which also means I probably need to go to bed early, because my sleep schedule's really fucked. And I tend to be waking up, like, late in the evening. Yeah, so basically the fast version of Takrathon Abyss is... It's really hard to say. I want to say this is, like, tied for being the second worst. Because this one is really annoying. It's definitely the worst one to do on tier 8 for Takrathon. But the mech suit one is very easy. However, the mech suit one has a lot of roleplay, which is why it's very easy on tier 8, because the roleplay you can just kind of sleep through, and it doesn't really scale in terms of difficulty. But only problem with that is it can take a little bit of time for the purposes of like leveling, and you're not actually getting experience from those mob kills. So I would, like, if I had to guess, I think it's probably very comparable. In fact, this one honestly might be a little bit better than the mech suit, but neither of them compare at all to pheromones. Because pheromones, you're still getting like a bunch of mob kills. You can still round up everything and drag it to the ends if you want to. And the actual objective is really fast. It is by far the fastest delve in terms of completion time. You can get it like under 2 minutes if you're insanely fast at it, I'm pretty sure. That it is very difficult. Which Niffin did I miss? I never clicked on the one up there. Oops. I'll just drop Transcendence so I can save a little bit of time. And then the one nice thing about this is you get a bubble that you can drop anywhere for this section. So I don't need to hunt down bubbles. I can just do this, and then drop it, and then get the speed boost. And this part's just kill stuff. The other annoying thing about this section of Talkrathon, though, is because you do need to kill a lot of stuff, which normally would be fine, but it's really hard to round up mobs because they do this, like, thing where they jump in the water, and it makes it so fucking difficult to actually round them up. And they have these abilities like Defiling Breath, which if you take one tick of that, you're dead. So I need to be very careful the entire time that I am not getting clapped by that. So then I would lose all my consumes, and, I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but then that would just lose me a bit of time. I think I can kill one more Niffin that's, like, right at the end here. Also, holy shit, there's an elite right at the end. I don't want to tot it. It's fine. Gotta be careful not to fly off the edge there. That would have been bad if I fucked that up. This is, I think, an easy Todd. Actually, he has a lot of health. How much do I have? I have 8 seconds to get it in Todd range. I think I'm gonna miss it. Damn. I should have waited. I didn't look at its health. My scaling's kind of falling off a little bit, unfortunately. It's fine, though. Yeah, I would have been able to Todd it now. Got the Todd, though. Leave Delve. Right, and I think the turn-in is enough. I think. Of just this quest. I might be slightly off. I think I'm gonna be barely off.
Such a fascinating.
I am.
The weave has delivered a customer. Do return again.
That was enough? That was 420 on the dot, dude. No, people are gonna think I'm trolling. Oh my god. I did not... That picking a pact gives that much XP? Holy fuck. See, okay, it's actually funny. My gut instinct was, this is a very fast world quest. It's up a lot. There's also Shai-Alud. There's a lot of really fast world quests in this zone. So, like, what I was thinking is I'm going to pick a pact, unlock world quests. I couldn't see what was up, but I was like, either this one where you fly through the rings, or this one where you just kill Shai-Alud and Touch of Death him. One world quest would have been enough to get me there. I didn't even think that the pact quest gave that, like, all you do is click one button. Okay, well, yeah. Definitely grab a pact then. That's 22k XP for clicking 2 buttons. Shit. I can't believe I actually had a run end at 4:20 on the dot. It's like, it's not even literally 4:20 with 0 additional seconds. People are genuinely going to think I'm memeing in my fucking thumbnail. Her 4:20. Like, it doesn't seem like a real time. And what's crazy is I'm pretty sure, what was the time of my Cultiran Druid run? I'm pretty sure it was around there. Because I'm like 99% sure I had a run. Was it the Cultiran run? That was almost 4:20. What was the time at the end there?
What's up, guys? This is Kevin from...
Fuck, let me... To skip the ad. Skip to the end of my speedrun. Okay, yeah, my time... So I beat my Cultiran Druid run. That is the perfect 10 to 70 world record speedrun. I've unlisted that video, by the way, because obviously after Dragonflight, the views completely fell off. It's no longer relevant. It is a good video, though. You can still find it in my speedrun playlists. But that was a 4-hour, 29-minute, 35-second run. So I beat it, but I'm pretty sure I said something to the effect of, like, I'm glad that it wasn't 4:20 on the dot, because then people would think I'm trolling. And it actually happened. Not even 1 second, dude. Do I just unpause the timer and let it go? But it's almost crazy that it landed exactly here. There's no way. What are the odds? Man. It's just fate, I guess. I am... See, that's the thing, though. I'm so worried that I'm going to have people look at this and just assume that it is a troll speedrun. And that it's not, like, a serious time because, like, Herder 4:20. But what can you do? What can you do? That's just how the cookie crumbles. I'm happy with this time, though. It gives me something to work towards. Now, with the full Darkman Fair buff, like, if I had done the run a little bit earlier, that would not have been enough to get sub 4 hours. 10% experience on just 70 to 80 is not enough to shave off 20 minutes. Even if you account for, like, the mistakes I made. Let's say I played literally perfectly and had 10% from Darkman Fair. Would that have been enough? No. If I had played perfectly and I had Darkman Fair and I got good RNG from the Dream Search thing, which obviously that's completely out of my control no matter when I start the run, I still don't think that could have been sub 4 hours. Maybe. Just because that has a compounding effect, because at that point, that would give me enough experience to get, like, very, very close to 74. So the early 70 to 80 leveling was a little bit slower because I was further away from my BOE items. If I had known that I would be that far off, in hindsight, I probably would have gotten a level 72 item to kick up my heirloom item level, and that would have probably saved a few minutes. So by saving off additional time there, I get my BOEs faster. The slowest part of that process is cut out a little bit. It's really tough to say. That, I think, if all those things happened, if I did this earlier in the day and had my Darkman Fair buff, if I had the Dream Search thing, if I played perfectly, maybe. Unlikely, because, like, there's any one mistake could have, toppled it. It definitely could have been sub 4 hours, without too much effort if the anniversary event was working, because an additional 20% for the entire run, plus all that other stuff, we clear 4 hours easy, for sure. So, it's kind of like I said to one of my friends, I don't know if I finished that thought, of, like, if I am very close, if I end up being very close to a sub X barrier, like 5 minutes over, and I know that the anniversary buff thing could have fixed it for me, then that would kind of tilt me. But 20 minutes is, I think, far enough beyond the beyond that point where I don't feel super bad about it. And also, I should note, like, the anniversary not being working is like, that's out of my control. I can't help that Blizzard forgot to turn this on. I doubt they care, by the way, right? I'm not mad at Blizzard for fucking this up. It's a PTR server. I am pretty sure I'm the only one online, I think, on this server. When I was doing my preparation earlier, in which you can watch that video, I recorded it, and you can see there's a Korean player flies past me in Dornegal, and I was like shocked to see somebody else. Like, I'm curious, I wonder if he's still there. Because I did later on see, after I stopped recording, one other Korean player. I don't know what the deal is there. Like, maybe there's a few Korean players who play this because they, like, can't afford, like, regular WoW, and the PTR is free. I could see that. That would actually be kind of a neat strategy. But I was just so surprised to see somebody else randomly on this PTR. And I should note, this is not the current PTR. Blizzard has two PTRs, one for the patch that comes out in 2 weeks, and this is the one for 10.0.5, which is already out. So this is an old PTR, so there's going to be, like, nobody on it. Yeah, like, Dornegal is a complete ghost town. I don't even see any of the Korean players. Though, even then, I don't see them around too much. The one just kind of flew past me. I had to double take to make sure it wasn't one of those, like... There's little birds that fly around like that for, like, roleplay. And at first I thought it was that, and then I hovered over it. I'm like, holy shit, it's an actual person. But no. The Koreans have vacated Dornegal at this hour. I don't know what time it is over there. But anyways, that's the run. Very interesting end time for this one. I really hope that it doesn't end up messing up. I really, really hope it doesn't fucking... I wonder if I do, like, a special thumbnail where I don't actually put the timer. I normally put the timer in the thumbnail just because, like, that seems like common practice. But I have done thumbnails without that. Maybe I do that. I could do, like, you know... Put it in 4 hours and then do, like, you know, instead of the timer, like... You know, leveling is so fast right now, or something, like... I don't know. I'm trying to think of, like, thumbnail shit that I could do. That way I don't have to put 420 in the fucking thing and have people think I'm trolling. Anyways, I'm happy with the run. I think it can be improved. The problem with this is, for it to be improved, it kind of needs to hit, you know, a big milestone like anniversary overlapping with Darkman Fair again, which I don't think will happen. I think... Is it for, like, 1 day? I think anniversary ends, like, right here on live servers, so there might be technically, like, a 3-day period where I could theoretically improve the time, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I don't know if this year I have it in me. I've been dealing with a lot, and just putting together this speedrun alone, well, not just the speedrun, but all the other speedruns I've been doing over the last month have been kind of exhausting, and there's a lot of other videos, namely the leveling guides, which have just been pushed down. And I still got to hit 60 in Classic, which I'm probably going to hop off, make some food, and then jump right into Classic as this video processes. Because I am still level 43? I think I got to 43 right before I logged off. And I just got the ability to craft my Wolf's Head helmet on my Feral Druid. I've been working on leatherworking. I got up to 250 leatherworking skill, and I just finished the tribal leatherworking questline. So... I made my very first refined deep rock salt, which I sold for 75 gold, and now I can make my own Wolf's Head helmet. So I am cruising. I am living the classic Feral Druid dream, and the only thing left to fulfill that dream is to actually craft my Wolf's Head helmet, because that thing fucking slaps. If you don't play Classic and you have no idea what I'm talking about, all you need to know is Classic fun, I happy, you should try. Maybe. But if you do know what I'm talking about, you probably understand why I'm excited. But anyways, that's it for this one. And I might stream a Affliction Warlock run later this week. We'll see if I'm feeling it. Depends on how Classic goes. But that's it. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Like if you liked it, and I'll see you later, people.